Y'all funny. That part. I'm putting them on place. That part. Yeah. That part. That part. I actually know the opposite. Shout out to Dave G. I haven't been training, and that was the whole point. Um, Sometimes I like to stop training just to see how my body reacts to not training, to see if it maintains on its own. And sometimes you can achieve the same results by dieting. So I've been paying closer attention to my diet, you know. But however, spring is approaching, so training will certainly begin. Yeah, spring training. Oh wow, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Jacoby. Duao, that really means a lot. Yeah, guys, head to Shakka-Ahmose.com and get your Kemetp t-shirts. You see one behind me, right? Get your classic Kemetp t-shirt. Also get the Kemet is Black t-shirt. Um, yeah, they're collector's items, and people really love them, and it really warms my heart. And uh, I appreciate this the value, the inherent value that it has. Really, it really means a lot to me. I appreciate that very much. So the Kemetville family says thank you. Says Nehem Duo. That's what's up. Head to shockoumost.com, people, and uh get your Kemetville t-shirt, right? Just in case you need help. Um, Actually, you can go to here, Kemetville.com. Boom. Right? There you go. Bam. Right? So if you just head on over to Kemetville.com, right? Uh, or you can head over to, right? There you go. Either one is good. Either Kemetville.com or Shakka-Ahmose.com. Head over to the website and make sure you grab your Kemetville t-shirt. Really important. Very important. Right? So I appreciate it. That really means a lot to me. Very much so. Yeah, absolutely. Jacoby, that really means a lot to me. As a matter of fact, um, I was supposed to screenshot that. There you go. Screenshot it. Righty, absolutely. Hey. Hey, hold on. There was somebody I missed. Hey, Roundtable RTIG. RTG, appreciate you. Welcome. Come on in, folks. Absolutely. Uh, yeah, I'm getting my platform legs back. So bear with me. Hey, India. India. Hey, I missed you too. Believe it or not, I missed you too. Yeah, I'm just on this journey. I'm on this Kemetville journey, and there's a lot to it. People always see people. Many people don't understand. They see what they see when it's put on display. Y'all don't see what goes on in real life every day behind the scenes to make a lot of this stuff happen. Even just the presentations, right? I mean, the way I look at it is, if you're going to give a presentation and you want people to give you their time, then at the end of the day, at least in my opinion, your presentation has to be something that they can't get any place else. And the truth of the matter is, sometimes I don't realize the nature of what I do and the extent to which I do it until I find myself, because like everyone else, I surf the internet, I look for things to watch, and it amazes me how very few platforms can cater to the kind of content that I need to watch to feel satiated. And it's at that moment that I realize, because sometimes I get ticked off because no one's talking about what I want to talk about. And then I said to myself, I was talking about this with someone yesterday. I said, if I feel that way, and I'm looking for platforms, sometimes it's to entertain myself or to learn or whatever, and then I'm talking about what I really want to talk about as it pertains to certain subject matters, then imagine how my followers and my fans and those people who are enthusiastic and excited about what I do, my supporters, right? How do they feel? And when I start thinking about how do they feel when I'm not presenting? How do they feel when I'm not giving discourse? When I'm not, presenting, as I said. So I said, if I feel that way, imagine how they feel. So it's in those moments that I realize the expediency of myself returning to my platform in proper order, right? But also in proper shape. You know, YouTube is not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing like many people think it is. Social media is not in general, but YouTube, podcast, doing lives, especially when they're meant to be organized. It's not an easy task. It really is a job. It is a job. Don't let anybody lie to you. It's a job. And a lot of people have to find that out the hard way. Yours truly. Take me, yours truly, right? Oh, shit. You know what this is? This is blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, and grapes and spring water, all mixed in. I live on this stuff. Okay. So let's not put that over there. Put that over there. So here we go. Yes, it is great to be back. Once I need to stretch my back. Oh man, that felt great. Let's see. That really chaps me up. Trimmed up and clanging and banging in the gym, huh? I'm about to. I'm about to. Absolutely. Right. Okay. Let's see. Hey, yours truly. Shout out to Icon 101. See, you always keep my man in the icon. That's what's up. That's what's up. Hey, 31. Okay. Oh wow, you posted that twice. Once at 7:30 and once at 7:31. That means that t-shirt was really big. So everybody, make sure you go to Shakka-Ahmose.com or Kemetp.com. It's the same website. And get your t-shirts. there's one behind me. I need to have the posters ready and available so I can put them on screen. Right. So hey, Kabaka, I really appreciate you, Jacoby. I really do, genuinely so. Make the difference. Things that it keeps me going. Kabaka, hey, respect family. Oh wow, pass from the blast. My team Middleton Hotep, sis. Long time no hear, no see. Appreciate you. Wow, long time no see, long time no hear. I hope all is well with you. Genuinely so. But glad to see that you are present and with us. Here we go. So really, really, it's exciting to see you and to know that you're here. Okay. So okay. Daga Oya Mayat. Hey, Hotep, Uncle Jaseneb. I appreciate you very much so. Very much so. All right. Hey, shout out to Milwaukee. We got Milwaukee in the building. Hey, that's actually I always say this. That's where my parents were married. On a military base in Milwaukee. No, I always confuse the two. It's not Milwaukee. They were married in Oklahoma. I don't know, something about that Milwaukee and Oklahoma always confounds me. But yeah, so forget that I brought it up. But shout out to Milwaukee. All right. That's what's up. Right? Did I lose weight? It's really strange when people ask that question. Only because number one, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. As long as I don't lose weight where it counts, I'm good. Right? But when people ask that question, it's like, is it good that I lost weight? Because the way I look at it is obesity is not cool. Being overweight is not ever good. So if I appear to be more slender than you're accustomed to seeing me, then it's probably because I haven't been training on purpose. I really just wanted to give my body a break for a few months because it's been subject to so much force for so many years. I just wanted to see what it would feel like, how my body would respond to just natural existence, so to speak, and just relying mostly on my diet. So if I have lost any weight, it's a good thing. Okay. If I do, and I plan on putting on a little more weight back on, but if it's not healthy weight, I don't want it. Like any weight that I put on has to be purely muscle. So yeah, yeah. And COVID got me staying out of the gym. I do not go in places where people are coughing and sneezing in the middle of winter time. So a gym is not going to see me. So I train at home, but because I've just been working on so many things, and I really wanted to give my body a break. So yeah. Let's see. I haven't lost any weight here. Right? So let's see here. Okay. Hey, Albert, Hotep, Uncle Johnson, I appreciate you. Absolutely. Hey, ACC, that's right. Peace to you and to the chat. What generosity, right? Not just to me, but to the chat. That's what I love about my supporters, those persons who engage with me. They're just so generous of spirit and of heart. So she included everyone in her salutation. Wonderful. I love that. Wonderful. Hey, absolutely. Hey. Oh. Wow. Hey, happy Latina. Hola. Hey, buenas noches. Right? So glad to have caught a live. Hotep Jesus always speaks so highly of you. Right? Don't tell that lie. He dogs me behind my back. That's my dog. That is my brother. That is my brother from my other mother. Absolutely. That's he's my, and you shouldn't say this these days because you have to be careful what you say. People take things literally, but that's my partner in crime. And I put crime in quotation marks, Yeah, I had to screenshot that so he could see that you shout him out, and I was made aware of the fact that he speaks highly of me. And thank you, Happy Latina, for doing that on his behalf and on my own, and I appreciate that. It's very thoughtful of you. I don't take anything for granted. Not his speaking highly of me or you bringing it to my attention. Very generous of the both of you, and I appreciate that very much so. And welcome, Happy Latina. I appreciate you. FYI, I do have a younger adopted brother who happens to be Boricua. He drives me crazy, but now you know. Yes, right? Okay. So, welcome and come on in and be with us. Absolutely, it's going to be an interesting discussion. Let's see who else is. Hey guys, don't forget, everybody, make sure you visit Shakka-Ahmose.com. Make sure you visit Kemetville.com so that you can pick up some goodies and enrich your life. Hey, all the way from Japan. All right, we do it for the Ville. That's right, we do it for the Ville, no doubt. KV, we do it for Kemetville all day long. Let's get it, UTEP 24 and beyond. Do it for the Ville. That's right, sir. You know that. And you know this. We do it for the Ville. Yes. Everything for the Ville. Right? If it ain't for the Ville, we don't do it. Right? If it don't benefit Kemetville, we ain't doing it. Everything is for Kemetville. So, absolutely. Please remember to we have to be responsible now. I'm really paying closer attention to my platform etiquette, and as is customary, all hosts of any platform that they care about, if they want to see you succeed, it's very important that people hit the like button, that you share, and that you subscribe. Now, here's the thing: you don't have to like me to hit the like button. Because one of the things that I've learned over doing this over so many years is that the more controversial you are, many of the people who watch you aren't necessarily people who like you. You know, some people watch you because they just enjoy watching people that they don't like, and that's fine, right? Everyone's welcome to come spend time with me, because I'm here for everyone, right? Can't just be here for the people who like you, right? As ideal as that would be. You know, I have a thing about dry lips. It just I'm not doing that. Right? So, but that part right there, please hit the like button, share, and subscribe. If my brother all the way in Japan can remember to do that, and he can remember to remind the rest of you to do that, then you can all do that. Hit the like button. Make sure you share this with someone who needs some good conversation in their life, right? Meaningful conversation that will confer some insight upon them, and make sure you subscribe. I've been lazy with requesting these things, and I realize I can no longer, on behalf of Kemetville, on behalf of the community, and on behalf of the success of this ship, this enterprise, the Eternal Frey Kemetville Enterprise, we want to see it successful. And just like in with politicians, you vote with your vote, right? Or you vote with your pockets. So right now, I need you to vote with your subscribe, because if I can get my subscribership up to 1 million, that means that Kemet is making some noise. Kemetville is making some noise. I had to remember. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I keep forgetting that I can do that. Right? Hold on 1 second. Let me see something. How can I do that? I always forget that. Oh, first of all, why am I on? Oh no, I forgot to check. My bad. That's much better. Okay. So I forgot to, and also yes, my camera. There we go. That's better. Okay. That way, when I go like this, I can go like that. Okay. So sometimes I forget. Let me see. I did switch things up a bit. I hope that translates pretty well to to the camera, to what you guys are seeing. I can always hope so. But oh well. Either way, I need someone. So look, I need to start crowdsourcing. So any of you who can assist me with certain goals that I have, one of my goals is I really want to improve the appearance of my presentation, of my platform rather. So I need you guys to tell me what camera to get, what microphone to get, so that everything can be bumped up to another level. I'm too busy researching like real content to like then turn around and be like, oh, okay, now what do I have to do for podcasting? I was like, that's what I have you guys for. Make yourself useful. Damn it. Okay. So that's right. We do it for the veil. That's real talk. Real talk. We do it for the veil. I love that. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Libio, peace. That's what's up. I appreciate you. I don't know where that came from, but thank you. Absolutely. I'm going to look shortly. Let's see here. Okay. Wow, over a decade? You've been following me for over a decade? You follow me that long, you need to have caught up. If I follow somebody for a decade and I still haven't caught up to them, I'm walking too slow. But I'm glad you've been following me, and I appreciate that. Continue to journey with me. I will do my very bestest to. I know that was a colloquial thing. I will do my very bestest to make sure that the value that you're here for is always present. Because other than that, I don't see it necessary for me to do a live. And that's part of the thing too. I'm not one of these people that just show up to show up. I'm not one of these people that just like, oh, let me just, I mean, sometimes I probably should just come in and hang out with you guys. And I promise I will do that. It doesn't have to be a presentation. It'll just be me just coming on to spend time with you guys. But time is precious. And I know we're all working on important things. We're all doing things that matter to us. And so I value people's time. So if people come spend time with me, I want to make sure that I'm in shape. And I really had that term has really taken on a really important meaning for me that it really didn't have before, because I've really come to understand that being in shape is as much psychological and emotional as it is physical, right? So that way, when you come and you're in front of the camera and people are giving you your time, you can be fully present, right, in your well-being. And that's important. You don't want to be fully present and you just ain't feeling well, doing well, and don't even really want to be there. Sometimes that's part of the package and it comes with the job. And I respect those people who do that. I just prefer to be in a well-being state of being when I have to do this. Because if I'm in discomfort, there's really no way that I can really focus. And the kind of things that I focus on, although people might not be aware of it, especially when I'm teaching and when I'm imparting, and sharing and exposing people to things, I'm focused on a level that you might not be aware of, because there are things that will be coming up in the presentation that you're unaware of, right? You don't know how many slides is going to be on this presentation. You have no clue as to what, other than what's in the description. And I always recommend everyone look at the description because there's a lot in there. Other than what's in there, you don't really know like what to anticipate. So, but I have to be cognizant of it. I'm aware of it. So I'm just ever present minded of the little goodies that are going to be coming up in this conversation, in this discourse. So I would recommend that you stick around. It's going to get interesting, controversial, I'm sure. I wouldn't be myself if it wasn't controversial. Nehem, anytime you hear me say Nehem, that means thank you in the Eden Kemet language, the speech of Kemet. That means thank you for what was just contributed, right? So let's see. Let's see here, right? So I really appreciate that. That really means a lot to me. Let me see here. If you see me screenshot, that means that your comment really, really had a lot of gravity for me. And I just want to keep it for posterity. Sometimes sometimes, like, you guys might not know, followers might, or watchers, viewers may not know that sometimes, put it like this: when a person comes in front of a camera, whether you know it or not, their job is to give. Somehow, somewhere, in some level, they are in a state of giving, and they will be giving until they're off camera, right? When they're off camera, then they can recompose and recomport themselves and whatever, right? But while you're in front of that camera and you're in front of that microphone, you're expected to give. And sometimes people are unaware of how much energy is required and goes into whatever it is any person may be giving, right? You don't know how much research has gone into what they're going to be talking about. You don't know how many days they were up, how many sleepless nights may have been, how much swollen feet they had to deal with, hurt lower back, butt hurting from sitting in the chair too much. What else? No hanging out, no social life, no, whatever, So I said that to say, why did I say that? I said that because sometimes when you're doing all of that, you wonder if the sacrifice is worth it. You wonder if what you're doing really matters, or what you think matters, if what you have to say matters. And sometimes you need convincing that what you have to say does matter, that someone out there needs to hear whatever it is that you have to say. And what you guys may be unaware of is how much power you guys have, right? Let me explain to you what I mean very shortly. Sometimes I might not show up for a few weeks. I don't even remember when I did my last presentation. That's how long it's been. But that's because I've been working on things behind the scene because there are other things upcoming. And sometimes I'll be in the middle of working. Everything might not be going right. It might not be a great day or a great week for me. And I might even start to worry about, oh my God, am I going to lose my audience? Am I losing viewership because I'm not, and people know I never made it a secret. I'm not really enthusiastic about being on camera. I'm not. It's like when I'm on camera, I'm doing my job. I'm working. You know what I'm saying? So anyone, I think, who has the option of going to work versus not going to work is going to pick not going to work, right? But I said that to say that, I said all of that to say that even recently, and then in those moments too, you have your moments of doubt. Like I mentioned a moment ago, does what I do matter? Am I headed in the right direction? All of those things, especially with all of the ickiness throughout social media and on all of these platforms. Because I step back and I look. Sometimes I'm as much as a viewer as all of you. I love to view, watch, and see what's going on. I love to listen to discourse, hear what people are talking about, what's important, what's trending. I look at all of those things. And sometimes it's just very disheartening to see what a mess it is. It's just such a mess out there, such a stew of dysfunction and just messiness. And messiness is not necessarily bad. Chaos is not necessarily bad. It's not necessarily good. It all depends on, does it serve your purpose? That's what really matters. And people, there's such a thing as organized chaos, right? So, but for myself, I'm just trying to figure out why I'm so warm, right? For myself, all I've been doing is eating fruit. I shouldn't be that warm, because heavier food can warm up your temperature. But why am I saying all this? Because sometimes you guys do things at moments of, not, maybe you could call it a little ebbing doubt and despair that any person goes through. And in those moments, like, you guys really blow my mind, because in those moments, out of nowhere, a Cash App will come through. And somebody will just be like, we miss you, bro. And it's just somebody who just blessed the platform. And then a day later, like happened this week, I was doing something, working on something. I pricked my finger. I was not happy with that because it hurt. And because I pricked it with something that was also red piping hot at the same time. I was fixing something and I needed to burn a needle and make it hot. And I pricked myself. And in that moment, like a very next moment, a Cash App came through and somebody was just like, just thinking about you, man. Can't wait till you come back. And it was like, people don't realize how inspirational and how motivational that is. Like, it snaps you back. It reminds you, hey, someone is beckoning your presence. Someone acknowledges or embraces the value that you bring to the table or to their lives or to both. And it really does. Like, it snaps you back. It snaps you back to your path. It snaps you back on the road. Like, even those two or three Cash Apps I've gotten since I've been on, those things, they really snap you back to say, okay, right. So, because it's not just the person on this side of the camera that's important in the equation. It's both sides. It's like, if I come on here and there's no one watching and there's no one listening, what's the point, right? My time could be better spent. And that also, those of us who studied for a long time, we know that an essential part of the nature of the universe is call and response. And when people respond to your call, and you respond to their call, right? So it's almost, I never think about it in reverse like that. That's what that is. When people are contributing to your Cash App or to your PayPal and things like that, that's a call for you to come and to bless them with their presence, with your presence. And so, you guys really have no idea how much you, not only do you inspire and motivate, but you do it at moments that really matter and are of real consequence. Like, you might not even know it. Like, you don't know what I might be going through at any given moment, right? I might be really like teetering on the ledge for whatever reason, right? We all go to the ledge in life, and we all have to determine whether or not if we want to jump that day. And that might be a daily occurrence for some people, right? Maybe some people never venture towards the ledge. It all depends on your personality, perhaps, and who you are and things of that nature. But many of us do. And even if just to make sure that we're in shape on the ledge, right? Because you don't want to get to the ledge and find out that you're not in shape. That's how you end up going over. So some of us go to the ledge just because we understand that it's a part of life and it comes with the territory. But that ledge, there's pressure there. There's despair there. There's hopelessness. There's regret. There's all of those things, all of those, for lack of a better word, those demons that plague more people than some other people, perhaps. We all have to contend with that. And so sometimes at those moments when you guys do something that just magically snaps me back to my path. And so I just wanted to let you know how much you guys, my villagers, that's what I call my oh, by the way, most platforms have names for their followers. Being I'm all about Kemetville, if you following me, you are a villager, period. That's what I call my extended family, villagers, people who are down with Kemetville, people who support Kemetville, people who rock with Kemetville. So if you're a villager, you better make sure you get your Kemetville t-shirt. It's so nice to be able to point and know where the heck I'm pointing at for a change, right? So I just wanted to share that with you, how important you guys are in this equation. I don't know how many people often do that on their platform, but I'm not like many people, which is something that's very important to me. I realize that about myself. Hopefully it's not a narcissistic thing, but I'm always, as you advance in life, some things you're going to have to become comfortable with. And one of the things that I often have to become comfortable with, in that while in some ways I'm extremely unique and perhaps very different, walk to a different path and beat and drum and all of that. In other ways, you have to remind yourself, in certain respects, you're just like everyone else, right? You have to eat, you have to sleep, you need love, you need touch, you need care, you need encouragement, you need correction, you need inspiration, motivation, you have needs, right? So And in those regards, I had to remind myself, yeah, I'm just like everyone else, you know. So, but tonight I'm not here to be like everyone else, right? I could be like everyone else on my own time, right? Not on your time. I get it. I know the road, right? No, I appreciate that very much so, right? Very much so. Tonight's going to be interesting with you guys. As you can see, I have a new name for my platform. I'm, one of the things it might be the comedic nature of who I am, of my worldview. In ancient Kemet, a name was very important. In Africa, period. In Africa, names are really, really like super important. And so for years, I was just looking for a name for my platform that I could really run with, that I could really feel comfortable with. And I went through a few things from Kemet TV to just Shakka-Ahmose to, I don't even remember what the last one was. Probably just Ahmose. I don't know. Because I was really just looking for something. And I have to shout out, the first person I'm going to shout out before I go any further is, and then I'll come back and go through the chat. The first person that I have to shout out is, oh, wow, he closed. Okay, here we go. I'm going to find him again. Here we go. I have to shout this man out right here. Hold on one second. I'm going to show you his picture. And I think you'll understand why I have to shout him out. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Right. There you go. I have to shout this man out. Let me share my screen. And by the way, I have to get a new computer because my Mac desktop is obsolescent out. It's old, right? But I love it. It's obsolescent out, so I can no longer use Chrome. So I'm stuck on Firefox browser, and on Firefox browser, StreamYard is a little bit awkward and clumsy. You can't do all of the cool features that you would normally do with StreamYard that you normally do if you're on Chrome. It's very Chrome friendly. It's not Firefox friendly. But I'm stuck on Firefox until I upgrade my computer, which I'm going to do shortly. Okay. So I just been working on this warhorse of a computer for so long, right? But let me present. So you can't present the way you normally would on here. So select Windows screen. Studio ATM. Teachable moment. No, and entire screen. Yeah, it's gonna have to be entire screen, right? So okay, cool. There we go. And I can't even use YouTube to anyway. So this man right here, hold on one second. Let me see where I am. Yeah, all right, cool. All right. So this man right here, this is Professor James Small, right? For those of you who don't know, I was going to try to enlarge his photo. But for those of you who know who Professor James Small is, he is a very, very relevant elder. He is truly a protege of Minister Malcolm X, Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Leonard Jeffries. He truly is in that tradition. He is an elder. I've known him from the time when he was a junior elder, but he's a full-fledged elder now. I don't know his Ghanaian throne name, but I'll have to learn it. But we know him and love him and respect him as Professor James Small, and that same love is for his family as well. But the reason why I want to dedicate this presentation to him is, do you remember when I said a moment ago, I said, you guys do something. There's, hold on one second. A moment ago, I said, you all people can surprise you and do things that you don't expect. You know, they do things that you don't expect. And I'm wondering why I have a delay in my, I don't know. But people have a way of doing things that can really surprise you. Oh, but that's why. Maybe because I was on sharing. Yeah, I was on sharing. That's why. So people have a way of surprising you. And the other day I was here preparing for this presentation. This might have been a few days ago. And I wasn't preparing. I'll tell you, there's a kind of a story behind this presentation that I'm going to be showing. You guys know when I come on here, I'm on here for a minute. But he called me out of the blue just a few days ago, just to check on me. And I can't tell you how that made me feel. Like in my personal life, I can be honest with you all. In my personal life, no one calls me. Like, no one calls me, right? And when I say no one, I mean literally no one, right? So when someone does call, I like to think it's a special occasion, depending on their reason for calling, right? Their intentions and what it is they're calling for. But he called, Professor James Small called just to check on me. And what that did to me, like, not from an ego perspective, like, oh yeah, he called to check on me. Like, it's not that at all. It's like, it's a strange feeling to be reminded that people genuinely care about you. Especially when you're me, right? When you're me, it's a very strange feeling to be reminded that people care about you. And so it's a rare feeling for me, but it's one that is highly appreciated when it's expressed. Yeah, I mean, he's Professor James Small. There's a million different things he could have been doing, a million different people he could have been talking to, literally, right? The man is in demand to speak everywhere and has much to offer. His value speaks for itself. It's changed my life. It's changed the lives of many others. It's contributed so much to our lives. He helped to raise me. He helped to raise us. And so just to hear from him out of the blue was just like, wow, And so that was right literally as I was deciding to come and do this I guess, get it over with. So I want to put him back on the screen if that's okay. Yeah, share screen. Yeah, I'm on Firefox. So I got to go through all of this crap now just to share my screen, right? So, yeah, Professor James Small, he just called me literally out of the blue. Must have been about 2 days ago. And about 2-3 days ago, and it really, really just blew my mind, Thank you, Seba, right? Absolutely. 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 That really, really meant a lot to me. So I just wanted to put that out there. But it also, it reminded me of something. It reminded me that I need to do the same thing. I need to call and check on people. It's just that, my personal life is a little, how can I put it? I have no personal life. And because I have no personal life, I don't hear from, because I don't have a personal life, I don't really have personal relationships. And so because I don't have personal relationships, there's no one to hear from, and that's just what it is. So, yeah, that's what it is. So, yeah. I don't know if I snapshot that, but I'm going to say thank you. Because with all of the crap on YouTube, we better count our blessings that anyone can qualify, that some of us or one of us can qualify as that, as a master teacher. And not even a master teacher, that's a competent teacher, you know. Definitely, I just got my YouTube channel back at the 7 years. Okay. Oh, wow. Hey, I appreciate that. I was just thinking about that. It's my book, Codex Game Over, which is about to be updated and revised. I just got to get it published. I need for someone to help me with some self-publishing. Somebody hit me up in my somebody DM me and be like, Shaka, I got you. What do you need to get published? We'll get your book published in a week or so. Like, I need that. So hit me up, right? Some crowdsourcing. Because I know I got a lot of talented people that watch me that are very resourceful. And, yeah, got to put you to work. You know what I mean? To get the greatest value out of myself, I got to put some of you to work, right? So, but I appreciate you, Oya. I genuinely appreciate you. Thank you so much. And yeah, make sure you expose people to what's in that book. People need to see where those where that biblical literature actually comes from. They need to see that. Okay. Shout out to you. Absolutely. Charles Megasis, Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb. I appreciate you. Hey, Jehuti Asora, Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb. Okay. I wonder if that's a Jehudi Asora from back in the day, the producer. I kind of wonder. All right. All right. Hey, happy Warrior Wednesday, Takuma. I appreciate you. Takuma Wakanda. Man, you just made me think about Chadwick Boseman. So, hey, I gave you a great interview years ago. Wonderful. I try to make all my interviews great. I appreciate that. Absolutely. So before I move on to the next one, I want to officially welcome you all to a teachable moment with Shakka-Ahmose. So let's run the intro real fast and I'll be right back. Hotep. That's it, short and sweet. Welcome to a teachable moment with Shakka-Ahmose. You want to see that again, don't you? I know you do. There you go. Okay. Welcome to a teachable moment with Shakka-Ahmose. For those of you who have yet to see my short theatrical film short, The Last Night of Asar, please go to Shakka-Ahmose.com or Kemetp.1 so that you can watch the full theatrical film short. You will appreciate it. Send me a review, DM me after you watch it to tell me how it made you feel. I'd really appreciate that. The responses that I'm getting from all over the world are really like blowing my mind. I did not expect it. I'm going to share some of those in one of the upcoming presentations. But for those of you who haven't seen the trailer, I am obligated to show it. So here we go. This is the trailer for my new theatrical film short, The Last Night of Asar. It's a Kemetp production. It's not the upcoming web series. It's a theatrical film short. The upcoming web series is just that, upcoming. So still working on it, still in pre-production and all that other stuff. So here you go. This is the trailer for The Last Night of Asar. See you on the other side. Okay, so there you have it. That was the trailer for The Last Night of Asar, featuring yours truly, Shakka-Ahmose, and my wonderful Last Night of Asar cast of characters. Um, it was an amazing experience to put that together. I'm looking forward to start filming on the web series fairly shortly. I'm just looking for a new production crew to work with in the meantime. So anyone in the New York City area, uh, let me know, especially if you've got a 4K Magic Pro camera or something of that standard. Um, we want to make our stuff as Netflix friendly as possible, so the standards have to be, met. And for those of you who haven't seen the trailer for the upcoming web series, I'm obligated to show it. So here you go. Okay, so there you have it. You've seen the trailer you've seen the new intro, you've seen the trailer for the short film, and you've seen the trailer for the upcoming web series. So, and things are going to increase and expand as we proceed. Yeah, it's a lot of work. So when people don't see me, they're like, "Where's Shakka? And why did this?" And y'all would be surprised at how much I'm doing by myself. So, it ain't easy. It's not easy. So, but I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining at all. So, yeah, that's just what it is. So, anything else that you guys need to see, we'll see as we move forward, right? So, here we go. Okay, I was wondering, hey, what happened? All right. So, I saw that. Let's take a look. Hold on. Yeah, I remember back in the day they used to let us pin certain things up at the top, which are really important. Oh, now they can. Now you can. I'm assuming you can. I don't know. Hold on 1 second. Let me take a look. Here we go. That's crazy. It won't let me pin my own. Here we go. Okay. Right. So I'm just looking at pinning. I know a lot of times people like to offer super chats to show their gratitude. I'm not saying don't do super chat. I never check whatever is in the YouTube repository. Cash App is what is effective and allows work to continue, just so that you know. Okay, Cash App and purchases made from the website. Those are the things that allow the work to continue. Because you know who is not going to pay for it and not going to support it. In fact, they would rather that I don't do the things that I'm doing, which is why I do the things that I do. And Happy Latina, yes, that was Hotep Jesus that you saw in the trailer for the upcoming web series. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. I said I was going to do those things. I was going to jump back into the chat. And then after I jump back into the chat to address a few more, then I'm going to start with the presentation. Now, what you need to know about the presentation is a few things you need to know about it is that, one, I'm not covering the whole thing tonight. We would all be here until the sun comes up. And you know, sometimes I do that. I go for 7 hours straight. I'm not doing that anymore because, number one, I'm usually drained for a few days afterwards. And it's just not the thing to do. So, and that's a good thing because you'll keep on coming back to watch the rest of it. So it's going to be drawn out over a few episodes because I had a lot to say and a lot to present because a lot was said. And even if a lot was not said, the few things that were said held a lot of gravity and they were meaningful. What was said by Katt Williams, what was said by Damon Dash about ancient Kemet, about Kemet, and statements about ancient Egypt. What they said really needs to be addressed. And so I could sit around waiting for someone else to address it, or I could do what I do. So let's see. Here we go. All right. Saw that. I'm going to start from here. Okay. Okay, wonderful. All right, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Muntu. Absolutely. Okay. So, I'm going to stop doing that. I'm just going to, boom, take the whole page. Okay. I appreciate you. Okay. Peace, Ben. 6 fingers. I appreciate you. I always appreciate that. Absolutely. I appreciate that very much so. Okay. So I think I saw that before. I think I did post that before. Yes, I did. Teach tab. Okay. Right. Absolutely. I'm just running through here. Hey, Joe, wonderful. You got my text. That's what's up. All right, guys. Yeah, that's a villager. You talk about Kemetville, and I tell you, people who really belong to the Kemetville family are villagers. That's a villager. The brother earlier who talked about buying the T-shirt, he's a villager. You buy one of my T-shirts, one of my Kemetville T-shirts from Shakka-Ahmose.com, you are a villager. Absolutely, because you put your money where your mouth is, right? So let's see. I hear all of this black and proud and pro-black and da-da-da. No. You pro-black when you pro-blacking with your money, right? Put your money where your mouth is. That's it. Lip service don't move nothing on this planet. We know there's only one thing that moves something on this planet. So we know we're serious when we digging that, right? That's what's up. Peace of love. Hey. Wow, Joe. Wow. Yeah. This when I just talked about put your money where your mouth is, okay. A large part of the reason that you guys just saw what you saw on the screen is because of that man right there. Absolutely. That man right there. Him and others. In fact, him and somebody who commented earlier, Undulugani. Let me give my side his props. Absolutely. This is y'all meeting the villagers. These are the villagers. Where's Undulugani at? All the way from Japan. Yeah, I'm telling you, all the way from Japan. Brothers like, oh yeah, Shaka, we need that. Here you go. Right. Brother's man right here. Undulugani. Absolutely. These are what my mother and her sacred community used to call them. These are serious black folk. These are serious black folk. There are others who I haven't mentioned as of yet, but these are serious black folk. Okay, these are black folk who understand what it means to support what we're supposed to be about, and they realize that no one person can do it all alone by themselves. Okay, so yeah, it's a big deal when they're here and spending time with me, with us. Yeah, absolutely. Here's another one right here. There's another one right there. Katt, that's another one right there. Yep, absolutely. So yeah, big yeah, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Yeah, look who's in the building. That's who's in the building. That's what's up. Okay, I'm in the building. That's what's up, people. So let's see. Chicago's in the house. Shout out to Chi-Town, Windy City. Courtney, I appreciate you to no end. From an authentic and sincere place. I genuinely do, because just to even see that, I'm just like I get excited in a way that I can't show, because I don't travel much, because I'm always studying and just working and focused on jobs that I'm doing, right? Things that I'm working on. So I don't really get out much. Like even where I live at, I don't get out much, right? I might really leave my residence like maybe twice a week. I'll get to see what it feels like to be outside. And even then, it's not like people are seeing me. You know what I mean? So just to know that you guys are coming to me, it really means a lot to me. It really does. Courtney, thank you for hanging out with me and spending some time. I appreciate that. I'll do my best to make it worth your while, I promise. Right? So, better about Tupac and you. Hey, look, I'm always honored to be mentioned with my bro. Always. That brother brought me through some stuff. Just his work brought me through some stuff in life that y'all will not ever know anything about. For real, for real. My fellow Gemini, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I appreciate that. Just being spoken of with the same breath with him. I won't ever forget, ever. I was in a recording studio. In fact, I was in a unique recording studio, a studio Pac had recorded in many times. I recorded in a few studios that Pac recorded in, including the one he got shot in, Quad. In fact, the head engineer of Quad Recording Studio, where Pac got shot, was actually one of my tenants. Yeah, after that situation happened, but was actually one of my tenants. And that's how I ended up recording at Quad. I actually did a rock song there, right? I need to put that video up one of these days. But need to release that song. So, or even, yeah, from like Chicago and from Philly. Like, I don't really, what y'all don't understand is that I don't really get to spend time around my people, right? Because I'm always studying, and most people would describe me as a recluse, and I am. It's just, I don't have a social circle. And so because I don't have a social circle, I don't go anywhere. No, it's not like anybody invites me. So I don't know. Maybe they think I'll start talking about Kemetp. But it's whatever, I have so much stuff to work on that I can't really get, trippy over the. But it's always nice to be invited. It's always it's nice to someone call and check up on you and say, hey, I was just calling to see how you're doing, like Professor James Small did, which blew my mind, right? I really appreciate that. Codex Game Over is on point. Always comes in handy when debating the authenticity of the Bible. That's right. Make sure you guys go get my book, Codex Game Over. You can get it on Amazon.com. Just Shakka-Ahmose Codex Game Over, as you see right there on the screen. Codex Game Over. It's being revised, so I would say have both. Have the old version and the new version, so you could see where the new version supports the old version, right? Okay. Absolutely. I really appreciate that, Kabaka. Okay. Hey. Oh, wow. I really appreciate that, ex-deacon, Brother Sakim. Oh, wow. I really appreciate that very much so. Uncle Justin and Duau. Very, very much appreciative of that. Absolutely. I'll try to be worthy of that accolade and of that endorsement. I genuinely will. Right? Okay. So I'm glad somebody left this comment. Remember I said everyone who watches doesn't watch you because they like you. Some people watch you because they like to watch people that they don't like and who they disagree with, right? And there's nothing wrong with disagreeing with people. I think the earth is spherical. There are people who believe the earth is flat. That doesn't mean I'm not going to like them as a person. I just know that they are not someone that I would consult concerning that particular matter. And then you also have to wonder, well, if they think that about this, what else do they think about this, that, and that? You follow what I'm saying? Oh, the reason I mentioned earlier, sometimes I tend to digress and move on to something else. I mentioned Tupac earlier because one of my most memorable moments, I was in the studio that he had recorded in, and the head engineer, this is another head engineer, the head engineer kept looking over at me, and this is no capping, as y'all say today. He looked over at me, finally he said, yo, you remind me of Pop. I was like, yeah? Okay, so my head was like really big for like, I don't know how long, like forever. Like my head was just like, Zoosh. It was like, for real? And he had worked with Pop, so that was just like, yeah, okay, yeah. I'm like, I'll take that. I was like, I'll take that. So, yeah. I mean, it's always, I don't care what anybody says, it's always reverential when people affiliate you or associate you with people that you admire. Like my admiration for Pac is, for Tupac is eternal, right? It's eternal. It certainly is. Let's see. Okay, I'm just trying to hit as many people as I can before I get started, because once I get started, I won't be coming back to this chat. Not maybe until the end. And in fact, if you look at the description, many of you are going to have questions about the things that I show you this evening. And what I would tell you is, first of all, if y'all really got love for the platform, y'all need to send some text out to people. I hope my connection is not. I can see in my camera like do something weird, but I guess connections. Oh, by the way, if anything should happen that we get disconnected, please don't leave. I will just reconnect and come back online. That's it. Okay. One of the things I need to start doing is I need to start using my secure connection and using cable and not using Wi-Fi when doing this. I've just been so busy working on so many different things. You know what I'm saying? So so this person this apparently disagrees with me and with many of us, I'm sure. That doesn't mean that they're a bad person. It just means that you have to question, especially on this particular matter, you have to question their observation capabilities, right? It's kind of like if you're looking at a green wall and everybody in the room bears witness to the fact and attests to the fact that the wall is green, but this person thinks the wall is red. What are you going to do with that person? You're going to be angry at them? You just know that something is not right about their observation capabilities. That's all. So this person says Egyptians aren't black, though. So we're going to talk about that this evening. Okay. And I'm really glad that they said that. Egyptians aren't black, though. Shout out to Adam S. Welcome. You're welcome to be with us. You don't have to agree with us to be with us. Oh, I liked it. I just made that up. You don't have to agree with us to be with us. And the reason I say that is, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of animosity towards Egyptians. I have a lot of animosity towards ignorant, racist white persons. I have a lot of animosity towards ignorant black persons, right? Or just anybody. I have animosity towards ignorance. And one of the things that I've learned about myself, because you got to be honest with yourself about yourself to yourself before you can be honest with anybody else about yourself. And one of the things that I've had to come to accept about myself is that, and Adam, I'm going to come back to your in fact, I'm going to screenshot that. Is that okay with you, Adam? Here we go. Right? There we go. Cool. So I screenshotted it, Adam, just so I can keep it for posterity. So one of the things that you guys will, maybe you already know it about me, or you will discover it about me, and it's something I had to learn to accept about myself, is, and it's one of the reasons why you don't see me on certain other channels as much as you used to. The platform that I used to be on, that a lot of people know me from, that platform was to debating what rap battle is to rapping. And you see how ugly rap battles can get. I'm sure many of you have seen Wild 'N Out and all those other shows, and you see how ugly it can get. Debate battle is no different, right? Debating and debate battle are not the same thing. I come from a debate battle background. And so because of that, when it comes to certain subject matters, particularly my subject matter, we could be very confrontational. And with that confrontation, disrespect is a part of that package because it's part of the debate mechanism. You don't want to just beat your opponent. You want to crush your opponent and make them look stupid and bad. You want to just really make them regret ever letting your name come out their mouth. Or you want to make them regret even holding on to a wrong or poor or faulty position. You understand what I'm saying? So you want to make an example of them. And so because of that, one of the things that I've also had to learn about myself is that my tolerance for ignorance is not what it used to be. And so because I don't debate any longer, I have to hold a lot of things in. And the things that I would normally debate, I'm now attempting to give expression through other mediums, such as the web series, the short film. And part of the reason is simply this. I finally reached a point, like the way my mind works, where I said I don't like to think like other people. The way my mind works, I'm always trying to be up ahead of the crowd, of the gang, so to speak, or of the game. And in doing so, you kind of got to get out front. And it all depends on where you're thinking is too, and what you're doing, and how everybody can't see the same distance to the horizon. You understand what I'm saying? And everybody ain't gonna see the same thing on the horizon because we all are coming equipped differently, right? Some more so, some less so, some intensely so, some not at all. And from my personal perspective and my unique disposition with respect to my insight, I realized that because I have to hold a lot of my perspectives in until I can get my projects off, I get frustrated much quicker when I hear somebody say something ignorant and something stupid. And so because of that, if I even get a whiff, this is my personality, if I even get a whiff that your position is predicated on stupidity and this basic ignorance, usually by choice, because you have to remember, the last person to realize that they're stupid is a stupid person. You understand what I'm saying? Most stupid people think they're the most intelligent person in the room. That's just part of the nature of being stupid, right? And there are moments when even the wisest people and the most knowledgeable people can be the dumbest person in the room. They just might be having a bad day. And so I can't just say that, yes, I dislike stupid people or people who hold on to ignorance, when at any given moment, any and all of us are guilty of that. It's just that some people make it a religion. You know what I mean? Like, that's just who they are. And also, with respect to certain people, I also feel like there's no excuse. Like, if you're above a certain level of intelligence, there's no excuse for this stupid position. I'm sorry. There's just none, right? That's just my perspective, and I'm entitled to my perspective. I'm not speaking your perspective. I'm speaking my perspective, right? And so apparently there are those who feel my perspective has value. That's why they're here. And so that's what I'm espousing, my perspective. And my perspective is that for certain things and certain people, I expect more of you and I expect better of you. So if I have even just a whiff, if I get just a whiff that you're holding on to a stupid premise and you are about to let it out your mouth, I'm probably going to eat you alive, which means I'm going to say something disrespectful. And so because I know that about myself, I refrain from debating people because I don't want to disrespect anyone, right? I don't want to subject them to my own frustration. I did that the other day. I was on somebody's channel and I disrespected a brother who calls himself the real black atheist. And I felt really bad about it because he didn't come out disrespectful. I came disrespectful because I was aware of what his opinion was, and I didn't particularly care for the line of reasoning he was attempting to interject into the discussion. It still did not give me the right to be as disrespectful as I was, and I genuinely regret that I behaved that way. So, but I had to remind myself and the host of the show, you can't just put anybody on camera with me without preparing me first, because I'm in, especially the environment that I'm in, that's a debate battle environment that I come out of. So if I'm over there, I'm already in that frame. I'm ready to eat something alive. And so I felt really bad about it because it descended into something that it shouldn't have. So you learn as you go, and I'm going to go back on that platform actually to apologize to that brother publicly, because I think if you disrespect someone publicly, you should make the apology public. Right? You should never be so big that you can't make a public apology, right? So, unless you're Donald Trump, right? So, let's take a look here. Yeah. So yeah, he said Egyptians. Remember, he said Egyptians. He said Egyptians aren't black though, right? Well, Adam never existed, so we're even, right? You say Egyptians aren't black. I say Adam never existed. Okay, how you like them apples? Okay. How you get it? How you like them apples? Adam, the apple, get it? All right. So, all right. Now somebody's gonna go in the chat. The Bible didn't mention an apple. Shut up. Okay. Okay. Oh, did I? Hold on 1 second. Just wanted to make sure I got that. Okay. Gotta have it for posterity. Okay. All right. Hey. That's one for posterity. Absolutely. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Philly in the house again. Philly in the house again. Why am I black? I'm black for racist white. I gotta get it. I gotta snapshot that. That's hilarious. Right. Here we go. Right. See, the one thing y'all have to understand about America and racism is a sport in America. Race is a sport on this planet. But in America is the center arena for race being a sport, the West, right? And so how much dynamic can there be if there's no opposition? So that's why I say you don't have to agree with me to be with me. Just come, just if you watch it and you learn it and I say something that you learn. I'm always hoping, don't get me wrong. When I say you don't have to agree with me to be with me, that doesn't mean that I'm confused about who I'm here for. I know who I'm here for. I know who I came to talk to, right? My discussion is not for everyone. I'm not everybody's not my targeted audience. Everybody's not my market, so to speak. I know who it is that I'm here for, who my message is for. If someone who doesn't agree with me wants to come and hear the message, you're more than welcome to come, right? If I didn't want you to hear it, and if the message was exclusively for this particular group, then I need to be doing this on a private platform. You know what I'm saying? My Zoom or whatever, right? I need to be in a private type of setting. So if you want to know why I'm black, what I would suggest to you is that you take Biology 101, look up melanin, look up the relationship between melanin and vitamin D processing in the human body, right? And an equatorial requisite for processing vitamin D, and then you'll understand why I'm black, right? That's one explanation. Another explanation is that, well, it's a classification, right? It's a political classification, and it's one that I subscribe to for historical reasons. So there are multiple reasons why I'm black. Okay. Okay. So hey RPM, and salute to the chat. I love that when you guys salute the other people in the community, because it just shows so much generosity of heart and spirit and consideration for everyone present. That is so cool. I love that. Right? So hey, peace to you, Silent K. Okay. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's some inspiration right there. So when I wake up in the morning, even though I have not worked out, since like, I don't remember the last time I worked out. But as I said, sometimes I stop working out only because I want to see how my body reacts to not working out. And well, that's how it reacts. Right? So I checked my abs this morning. They're there. They're present. Right? So so let's see. But I am looking forward to getting back to actually working out because I miss it. Oh my God, do I miss it? I really do. Right? I don't know. People say that it gets harder to put back on muscle when you're older. I don't think so. I think that the body becomes more efficient as you advance. Your body becomes more efficient. So more muscle is actually more of a hindrance and less of an asset. When strength becomes more important, right? And more muscle does not equate with more strength. And so as you advance in the years, you want your strength to increase. And that's going to be your tendons, your ligaments, your sinews, things of that nature, things that aren't readily visible, right? That's why you see so many big dudes get knocked out all the time. Happens all the time. Big muscle bound dude get knocked out. Why? Because this right here doesn't bench press, as we say in certain arenas. This doesn't bench press. You understand what I'm saying? So, okay. Oh, one of my temporary former haters is here. I'm just joking with you. Welcome, bro. Welcome. I know you didn't get why and how I destroyed Tazoriak, but everyone figured it out eventually, right? Some things people just slow to catch, but that's cool, right? What's up, Chris? Welcome here. This is a very intelligent brother, very insightful, very well read, and I think he's going to do great things when it comes to the historical narrative and things of that nature. So I had to shout him out, right? Buenas noches, happy Latina. It'll be here when you come back. The interview will be here. So you guys have to realize I've been gone a long time. So I really just wanted to address everybody before I got into the presentation, or as much as I can. I'm getting ready to stop now, right? You said what? And you love Hotep Jesus, that's your brother. That's my brother too. Absolutely. My brother need to hit my cash app. That's what he need to do. Hotep Jesus, if you my brother, hit my cash app. No, just messing with you. I'm just joking with you. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Oh, you still listen to the Ballad of a Song That's Set? That's my favorite song of all of my songs, except for a new one that I've recently written. I've written a new one because while I was working on tonight's project, the presentation that I'm going to bring you guys. So let me explain to you why y'all haven't seen me and why it's. By the way, if you guys, I think it might still be online. It's a song that I wrote called "I Do," the Ballad of a Song and our set. You can go listen to it if it's still online. It should be. It's a great song. I love it. It's one of my favorite songs that I've written. This person said, "Why do Black people think they created everything?" Let's see if I can answer that with a nutshell. Hold on one second. Oh, I got an idea. Why do white people think we didn't? They always want to put the heavy lifting on us, right? Why do white people think we didn't? There you go, right? So hold on one second. Let me see. Okay. Let's see if I can find this. Okay. Here we go. This won't This won't make it through. I'll try it. I know this is it's not gonna let me show it, but let's see. It's gonna be too long. Let me see. If it takes, I'll show it on the screen. I'd be shocked if it actually shows. Hold on. Black Americans try to steal white culture. Oh, that one thing I've learned. So I'm going to let you read it since you asked the question. Why do blacks think they created everything? Read that. I help you. This is from Count C.F. Voney from Voyages in Syria and Egypt, Paris, 1787. This was written in the 18th century by a wealthy Frenchman who was a scientist. He was a patron of scientific voyages that France engaged in. And he accompanied Napoleon to Egypt. He accompanied Napoleon to Egypt and Syria and wrote about his travel with Napoleon. And this is what he wrote in French. And he discussed it with Thomas Jefferson. And Thomas Jefferson read it. They discussed it, okay? Because they were good friends. Count Voney and Thomas Jefferson were good friends. And in fact, C.F. Voney came from France and went to Monticello to speak to Thomas Jefferson about this particular matter because the whole slave issue was going on. And this is what Count C.F. Voney had to say. Since the racist white person wants to know why do black people think we created everything, the real question is, why are there educated white people who think that black people created everything? Because the one thing that I've discovered before I even show this, right? Let me hide this for a second. The one thing that I want you guys to remember, especially you black people, when you're watching this, one thing that I've had to learn is there's a dichotomy in the world when it comes to race and intelligence, or race and education. And that is, you will find that the majority of white people on social media are not educated. They're not. If you read their comments and you see the things that they say, the majority of them are not educated. And it's unfair to judge educated white people by dumb shit that uneducated white people say. The same way you don't want, as an intelligent black person, you don't want to be judged by some dumb shit that an uneducated black person says, some ignorant dumb shit. You don't want to be judged by that. So don't do that to other people. There are dumb, uneducated white people. They fill up the majority of the ranks on social media. That does not mean that all white people are dumb, ignorant, and uneducated. It's not true. Why do I know that? Because many of the best books that I've studied and learned about my own culture were written by white people. And I'm not ashamed to say that. It doesn't mean that it's white. It's right because it was written by someone white. That's not what I'm saying. They have just had access to sources and the hallowed halls of academia in modernity longer than we have had. And so you have to learn to take advantage of other people's education, right? I have no problem with reading literature coming out of Cambridge, reading literature coming out of Harvard, reading literature coming out of Oxford, reading literature coming out of Harvard, reading literature coming out of the Sorbonne, right? Reading literature coming out of wherever, right? Wherever. You understand what I'm saying? Wherever you're going to find the elite erudition with respect to academia, I have no problem with processing that literature. I'm not going to say, oh, because they're white and they wrote it, they're wrong. That's stupid, right? That's like people who think just because a black professor said it, it's wrong because the professor is black. And that's how most white people see black scholars. Unless the black scholar is saying something that they agree with. Like white people love to read Frank Snowden, right? Out of Howard University. His scholarship was garbage. I call it scholar shit. And he was jealous of Dr. William Leo Hansberry and tried to get Dr. William Leo Hansberry fired from Howard University because Dr. William Leo Hansberry had the accolades of number one, being a Harvard graduate, and or certainly having had studied at Harvard at the time. I'm pretty sure he graduated from it as well. He had that scholarly acumen that Frank Snowden didn't have. And Frank Snowden also had a white wife. Not that I necessarily judge him by that, because so did Shakka-Ahmose Diop. I think Shakka-Ahmose Diop had special circumstances. So certain people, when it comes to that, I give him a pass. Certain people, not everybody, certain people. That's my own prerogative. You don't have to feel or think the same, right? We all don't have to think. You don't got to agree with me to be with me. So let's go back to what this white person in the 18th century said, so this racist white person can read it. Okay? Or this, I'm not even gonna call her a racist if that's actually a her, and if they're actually even white. That could be a half black Chinese person who's a guy with a beard. It's social media. You never know who you're talking to. But let this person who's presenting themselves as a racist white person, racist white female, let her read this so she could see what Count Voney had to say. There, a people now forgotten, discovered while others were yet barbarians, the elements of the arts and sciences, a race of men now rejected for their what? Black skin and woolly hair. Founded on the study of the laws of nature, those civil and religious systems which still govern the universe. This race of blacks is the very one to which we owe our arts, our sciences, and even the use of the spoken word. That's Count C.F. Voney from Voyages in Seti et Egypt. Go look it up on Amazon.com. You can buy the book. I shouldn't have to tell you what the title is. It's right there in front of your face in black and white. Now, it's not my fault. It's no black person's fault that you were never exposed to 18th century literature or to 19th century literature and probably the 20th century literature, because like I said, the average white person is illiterate, or certainly historically illiterate. The average white person is historically illiterate, and they're uneducated. And it bothers their ego that there are black people in the world who know far more about white literature than they do. And they don't know how to process that. They don't know how to square with that and how to resolve that within themselves without cognitive dissonance overwhelming them. You understand what I'm saying? So what I've discovered, and this is what I was going to say before too, I've gotten past the point in my life where I don't really debate the blackness of ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet anymore. I don't use the word ancient Egypt. That's a dirty word. And it's a misnomer for Kemet. I came to the conclusion a long time ago that, especially once I started to see a constant debate back and forth on Facebook, I came to the conclusion that, no question, right? I came to the conclusion that, I wasn't speaking facts, I just read facts, right? Well, I've been speaking facts too, no question about it, right? Right? Now I'm not gonna say I can see the stuff you write. I ain't gonna put that on the screen because I don't think I have to be disrespectful to them. I don't have to be disrespectful to anybody, black or white, to make my point. And I'm still growing like everybody else, coming from that confrontational place. But I got to a point where I felt like, at this point, with all of the evidence that we've seen, that we literally have seen since day one, we should have never had to read Herodotus to discover that the people of ancient Kemet were black. We should not have had to read Diodorus Siculus to discover that the ancient Kemet was black. All you have to do is look at the bas-relief and the frescoes on the wall. If a person cannot look at the wall and see what this race of people is, they're not worth having a discussion with, because all that means is that they've made the conscious choice to not see what is directly in front of them. What kind of conversation can you have with a person like that? That's why I used the example of the wall before. If 5 people are in a room and they're all looking at a green wall, and one of the 5 says, this wall is purple, any one of the other 4 that decide to debate the color of the wall with that person, they are just as dumb as the person who thinks the wall is purple, the person who thinks the green wall is purple. If you're looking at all of these images of black people on the walls of Kemet and the statues, all who are clearly black African, right? All the words that people like to use, Negro, black African, if you can clearly see that, and they still think that there's a debate, don't waste your breath, because at that point it's beneath you. If you were standing outside on a clear blue day, we all know what that term means. It doesn't mean that the day is blue. If I say it's a clear blue day, what am I saying is blue? Put it in the chat. Let me see if I like to test you to see if you're thinking. Right? Put it in the chat. Right? Put it in the chat. Oh, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Very much so. I appreciate you, racist white person. What a name. Hey, at least she's being honest. Right? Absolutely. Exactly. Yes. If I say it's a clear blue day, right? You know I'm talking about the sky. Right? So if I say I'm standing out on a clear blue day, and somebody comes up to you on a street corner, and you say to that person, man, it's a clear blue day. If that person looks up at the sky and that person says, well, it looks like it's pink with green stripes and yellow polka dots, or green stripes and pink polka dots, right? They say the sky looks like it has green stripes with polka dots, with I don't know, orange polka dots. Or brown polka dots are in the sky. Are you going to debate that person when you know it's a clear blue sky? You know something is wrong with that person. Or the person has another agenda and another ulterior motive, right? And that's why I love what the brother said here. It's all a distraction. That's why I don't debate them anymore. The more time you spend debating white people about something that you know, that your own two eyes, how you going to debate something you see with your own two eyes? That's like a person who walks in on their spouse and their spouse is in bed with somebody, right? You get caught having sex in bed with somebody, and the person who gets caught says, honey, it's not what you think. And then the person who doesn't want to believe what they see, they're going to sit there and wait for an explanation because they're hoping that it's not what they think it is, rather than believe in your own two eyes, right? So anybody who would doubt that ancient Kemet was black, I don't use the term ancient Kemet, just Kemet. Anyone who doubts that Kemet was black, you show them one or two images. If they come back showing you another image, that means they chose to ignore what you showed them. How are you going to have a reasonable conversation with somebody who's choosing to ignore? That means they've already made up their mind. There's no need to have a discussion with that person. There's no need to, after what Sheikh Anta Diop and Theophilo Benga did at the 1974 UNESCO conference, and they still try to come up with all these fake studies, the fake mummy studies, right? The fake DNA studies. King Tut has RB1 and he's related to half of European men. Stupid stuff like that. They never read the articles that debunk those studies from reputable universities. They don't read it. They hear. So you are really going to find that the majority, 90% of the white people on social media, and this is not a slight against white people. And I hate to say this because I sound like a white person who says I have black friends. I have white friends. I have Jewish friends. I have white family, relatives. So it's not like I love them particularly because they're white. Truthfully, I don't even really communicate with them. I don't. Not because they're white, just because we ain't close. I have a lot of my black relatives I don't communicate with. So I don't communicate with any of my black relatives. Right? I don't communicate, like I told you, I don't communicate with nobody. If you ain't talking about something that I need to hear, and you're not trying to help me make Kemetville a success, or you're not trying to help me make the last night of Asar a success, and you're not trying to help me establish what my mandate is, as it relates to this subject matter, why are we having a discussion? You just want to waste my time? Or you just want to tell somebody that you know me? I mean, I don't know what, right? So, you know, you need to be adding value to my life if you're talking to me. So, let's see here. Okay. We're black doesn't mean American are Egyptian. Okay, well, all right. All right, I'm gonna address this and I'm gonna get to the what you call it. You know, when we have a guest here, I'm not giving white people pride of place. But if somebody's gonna raise something that I think is relevant, I'm gonna put it on the screen. I don't want people to think that I'm handing out white privilege on my platform. But this person said just because Egyptians were black doesn't mean all black Egyptians or black Americans are Egyptians. Well, let me address that. You're narrowing your thinking to come to an incorrect conclusion. African Americans are not making the claim that all African American are Egyptians. That's not the claim that we're making, right? So we're going to talk about this in a little while, getting the language right. Because we're going to talk about this. In the presentation, this is just what we're going to talk about, right? So we're going to get the language right. There's a lot that's wrong in your statement, right? There's a lot that is very incorrect in your statement. So in other words, the language, you're using a lot of incorrect language so that your statement, for me to actually respond to that statement would really blow your mind. If I responded to it in the correct context, it would probably blow your mind, right? Or it would certainly make you think. It would give you cause to think. Give me a perfect example. You said just because the Egyptians were black. Well, I don't think that Egyptians were black. I don't. Me personally, I don't think that Egyptians were black. Okay? I think that there were some blacks who were Egyptian. That's what I think. There were some blacks who were Egyptian. Okay? That's what I think. All right? But you also have to know that to be historically accurate, that's why I said me answering your question, you're not going to be accustomed to this. There is no Egypt. So you're talking about Egyptians. There's no Egyptians until the Greco-Roman period. So why would I think Egyptians were black? I'll say it again. There are no Egyptians. If you're historically literate, you would know that there were no Egyptians until the Greco-Roman period. So why would I think Egyptians are black? There are some black people who were from the native population of Kemetp who became absorbed into Egyptian society. But there is no Egypt until the Greco-Roman period. Prior to that, Egypt doesn't exist. Egypt is an idea, right? It's a name. It's a name with a particular history. So when you use that name, you have to make sense. You have to make historical sense. There's no Egypt until the Greco-Roman period. You're not going to go in the native literature of Kemet and find the word Egypt because there was no Egypt. If Egypt existed, you would find that word and that name in the native literature prior to the Greco-Roman period. But you don't and you can't. It's literally physically impossible. Why? Because there was no Egypt. See, this is a conversation that makes sense. You understand? That's like imagine talking about the Bronx in 300 BCE. How can you talk about the Bronx, New York in 300? There was no Bronx. You don't get a Bronx until what? Right? Early 20th century? Late 19th century when the Bronx family gave their name to that borough in New York? So you have to be chronologically specific when you're using these names to be historically literate, to make sense when you're talking about these things. Okay? Okay. All right. Scott, who said all black Americans were Egyptian, was it just blue or yellow? Jesus. Okay, you might change my mind about black people. Well, if that happens, honestly, let me respond to that. Everybody's going to be like, Shaka responded to this white girl, right? Well, here's the thing. If you look at the content, if you look at the comments, what she's saying is the things that require responses. Unless you want me to put something like this on the screen, right? Was the dress blue or yellow? You want me to put that on there? No. She's making certain points. So my point that I would make to you is this. I don't want to change your mind about black people, right? I want to change your mind about yourself. Why do I say that? I say that because I always say this. The greatest gift that anyone can give to another person is a greater image of themselves. That's it. But you cannot have a greater image of yourself until you have an accurate image of yourself. And you cannot have an accurate image of yourself as long as you have an inaccurate image of someone else. Can't do it. Because we're all interconnected in that way. Whether we like it or not. We're all interconnected in that way. And so therefore, in order for me to have a greater image of myself, I have to have an accurate image of myself. And I cannot have an accurate image of myself as long as I have an inaccurate image of you. So I have to make sure I'm on point like a knife when it comes to who and whatever it is I'm observing and looking at. That's called presence of mind. That's called being cognizant. And most people are not there yet because there's too much emotional drainage and baggage and people worrying about things that they have no control over, which is going to prevent them from having the best possible thinking they can have. So let's have fun and keep it moving. Okay? All right. Bang. Here we go. Here we go. And to let you know the relationship that the claim that black people make when it comes to Kemet is it is an achievement of black people. That's it. And as black people, we have every right to share or to celebrate in that accolade. Why? It would never have to be said if white Europeans in the 18th and 19th century had not made the false claim that black people had never created a civilization. That was in their textbooks at Göttingen University. Huh? Right? At the University of Prussia. That was in their textbooks. That's where all that that's where whiteness came from. That's where the ideology of whiteness came from. It came out of Prussia. It came out of Prussia as a resistance to French scholarship. But if you're historically illiterate, you won't know that. It was in Prussian Germany, that they began to devise these white ideologies about the past, and they attempted to make everyone white. That was German nationalism reaching back into history to make everyone white, to make the Greeks white, to make the Romans white, to make the Egyptians, to make the people of Kemet white. Right? You understand what I'm saying? So you have to be careful with all of this stuff. You have to be very, very careful with all this stuff. When black people are making the claim, because white people made the claim that black people had never made it, that was their rallying cry. When we were enslaved in this country, they said it was ordained by God because we had not created any civilization. You have to understand, white people in history, in their written records, made it clear what the ultimate sin was that we had committed so that it was permissible to enslave us. One, we had no souls. That was white people that said that in the papal bulls, right? When Pope Gregory or Pope Joe, whatever his name was, issued the papal bull and said, I issue you the right to reduce to servitude all infidels as they have no souls, right? Under the pretext of religion, they declared blacks to be soulless people, to not even be part of the human family. We were less than human. So they designated the original human beings, black people, as being less than human. Right? And to solidify that, or to substantiate that, they made the false claim and they marketed it and promoted it to the world that black people had created no civilization, when in fact, black people created the first civilizations, plural, not scission, but plural. The first civilizations were created by black people, period. If somebody has a problem with that, that's stupid. It's stupid to have a problem with that. It's silly. It's like it's just a historical fact. All right, so, doesn't mean every black person is better than every white person. That's a stupid idea. Right? Yeah. Oh, no. It's not semantics. Nothing that I've said is dealt with semantics. It's only semantics if you're historically illiterate. People who are historically illiterate don't understand details in history. Like they don't know dates. So again, but I have to stop responding to certain people because at the end of the day, you will find that unintelligent people will absorb your time and waste your time. Just to let any of you know, if you look in the description, if you have questions, book a session. That's it. Go to my website, book your 30 minutes one-on-one with Shakka-Ahmose, and I will answer all of your questions on Zoom. You will have my undivided attention on time. That goes for everyone in the chat. Okay? People don't like second place. What are you gonna do? Right? Okay, I've answered everybody. Let's take a look. Right? Here we go. Right? Okay. Yeah, there's so much stuff in there, right? Here we go. No, we're not looking at that. Here we go. Right. Okay. All right, we're not looking at that. So here we go. Right? Oh, let's see. And just to do this, before I get started, I'm just going to do this just for the people, right? Hold on one second. Let me open this up. Master folder. Since people want to talk about the blackness of this, that, and the third, hold on one second. I'm going to put an image on the screen just so we can lay that part of the discussion to rest. Okay, here we go. I'm going to open this up. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to open this and I'm going to put that on the screen. Cool. All right. So I'm going to share my screen. Present, share screen. Okay. Our entire screen. Here we go. Allow. All right. Hopefully you guys can see my screen. All right. Do you see my screen? These are not Chinese people. These are not Arab people. These are not Russian people. They're not Irish people. They're not Italian people, not even Sicilians, as dark as Sicilians are. They're not Mediterranean people with that fake term. Okay? These are black people. These are the same people, if they were in America, they would have been segregated in black societies. They would have had to use a black bathroom, a black water fountain, and they would have had to go to black schools and black movie theaters. And they probably would have been Democrats. Okay? So let's stop with the BS. All right? They're black people. It has nothing to do with the kind of wood or the paint, all these stupid things that people say. All right? So just, let's just be done with that. So you understand what I'm saying? Oh, wonderful. I'm very glad. Thank you. I appreciate it. Bring some friends with you. Bring your family. Hopefully they will enjoy learning. I tell anybody, if you enjoy learning, you'll enjoy this channel, right? Just leave your ego at home because then you won't learn anything, right? So that said, here we go, folks, right? Okay, folks. So screenshots must be taken. Very important. Okay, people. Here we go. Y'all ready? Hold on. Got to end it on a black note. Oh, I like that, Katt. That's that. Here we go. Okay. All right. Yes. And yes, this is true. African Americans are predominantly West and Central Africans, and we know it, and we're proud of it, and we love it. Right? Yeah. Okay. But what you also have to remember is that, I got some fruit stuck in there. So what you also have to remember is this. While it's true we are primarily West and Central Africans, we were West and Central Africans in the 17th, 16th, and 15th century, and in the 14th century, and in the 13th century. But that does not mean prior to that we were West or Central Africans. Africa has a history of migration just like every other people. So to think that Africans just stayed in one corner and in one region for thousands of years and never moved around and never went places really tells me that you know nothing. Not you, India. But I'm saying it would tell me that the person who would presume that knows nothing about the history of Africa. They've never read a book on the migrations of Africans. So they don't know when West Africa became populated. By whom and when? Because West Africa didn't become populated by everybody all at one time. It happened in successive waves. And if it happened in successive waves, that means the people had to what? Come from someplace else. For the stupid people in the back. Because remember I told you, everybody on social media is not intelligent. Most people, and I hate to say it, most white people are very, how can I put it? Most white people are highly undereducated when it comes to history and completely ignorant when it comes to Black history. But here's the thing. How you going to be upset with a white person being ignorant about Black history when most Black people are ignorant about Black history? How you going to do that? If it's your history and you don't know that much about it, how you going to be mad at them for not knowing your history? Why? Because they the ones that stole it? Like I said, all white people, just like all Black people, are not educated. All white people are not uneducated. Unfortunately, just like most Black people on social media, most white, because some of the dumbest things that I hear about Kemetp comes out of the mouth of Black people who think they're Kemetic. They subscribe to ancient Kemetp, they say Hotep, and they say some of the dumbest things about ancient Kemetp. Education don't care what color you are. Education is knowledge is knowledge. Education is education. You can either handle your business in that arena or get stomped on in that arena. It's that simple, right? So here we go. Let's rock out. But yes, as of the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th century, we are Central and West Africans, right? That doesn't mean that we started out in West Africa, okay? It means that we ended up. That's like picking somebody up from the airport and you think that that's where they were born and raised. Then you got to be a special kind of stupid. And I have no medicine for that. I just don't, right? You got to remember, the public school system does not teach people how to think critically about just the basic things. So if the public school system does not teach you to think critically about just the basic things, you're going to struggle with things that require just a little bit of thought. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. That said, I don't know how many of you did the right thing and called your people and told them to watch, because we only at 80 people. And I don't know how many subscribers I have, but there needs to be a lot more people in here right now. But then again, I need to be more consistent with my presentations, because y'all know I will disappear for like a month, right? Because I'm working on stuff, right? Can't do everything. So maybe I have to do everything, especially these days. So here we go, people. Let me close that. It's about to get interesting. So, one more time, just to remind you all what you are watching and what you're looking at. You are watching a Teachable Moment with Shakka-Ahmose. I'm glad to have you. This has been a preliminary part. Like I said, this is going to be a couple of episodes. So if I only cover one slide, that's okay. I will be back tomorrow to cover the next slide. I'm trying to do it as early as possible in the day. Like, I want to be on screen by 12 in the afternoon, maybe 3 p.m. the latest. But at the end of the day, because I'm trying to get my sleep cycle under control. People don't realize how creative people have real issues with sleep. And we have real issues with sleep. So, like, serious, because we're up thinking, burning the midnight oil. Why do you think Michael Jackson? Yeah, it was because of his sleep issues. That's why that happened, right? For the most part. So, just to let you know, you're watching the Teachable Moment with Shakka-Ahmose. Hey, here we go, right? So, Teachable Moment with Shakka-Ahmose. Let people know. Are you watching the Teachable? We call ATM, a Teachable Moment. ATM. Is that hot? Come on, give it up. Give it to your boy. Give it to your brother. Come on. A Teachable Moment, right? So, here we go. Comments. Here we go. No, I said comments. There we go. Oh, did I stop sharing? Banners. Here we go. Okay, comments is back. Wonderful. Okay. Man, absolutely. Well, okay, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, you're about to learn a lot, not a thing or two. You're about to learn a lot. Here we go. So let's go. Let's get it going, people. Why we came here. I'm going here. Oh, it has slides. Hold on. What does that do? Hold on 1 second. I just noticed a feature in here that I've never seen before. So hold on 1 second. Select. Oh, duh. Entire screen. No. Allow. Okay, now I'm gonna stop sharing. Hold on 1 second. Because I saw, oh, it said slides. Present slides. What is this? I don't know what y'all about to see, so just hold on a second. Probably nothing, but I need to see something. Oh, I have no slides. Oh, I can put slides up in here and it'll show. Yeah? Oh, add a Google. Oh, I can add it from my computer. Oh, cool. That's all right. I got it done already. All right. I'm just checking out something on here, people. All right, cool. So now we're going to stream. I don't know why it's so warm in here. Entire screen. And there's no heat on or anything like that. All right. Oh, springtime is coming back. I forgot. Yeah. Allow. All right. So here we go, folks. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Okay. Boom. Let me make sure, see what y'all seeing. Let me close that. Oh, I just remembered I have to have my other one open for that. Oh, that's cool. I could do that. I'm gonna open that on oops, yeah, I ain't supposed to be seeing that. Hold on 1 second. Stop. Yeah, not supposed to be seeing my desktop. My desktop is insane. I know. I be working, y'all. Like, y'all don't know. Like, y'all really don't know. I be working. While y'all be sleeping, I be working. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna open up my other one just so I can see what y'all see. I have to do this now because I'm still using this on I'm using this on what you call it. All right, let me just type in Shakka-Ahmose so I can see what y'all see. All right, come on, baby. There we go. Shakka-Ahmose. Show me the goods. I need to see what my people seeing. Here we go. All right. That's what's up. Okay, cool. I need to see what y'all seeing. Yeah, okay, that's cool. All right, that's cool. All right. I think the only thing I might do differently is where I have myself at. I think I'm gonna put myself here. Wait, it's there. In fact, yeah, I'm just gonna go here. Now I'm gonna stay here so I could be with y'all in the screen. I guess, hopefully so. Let's see, share screen. All right, yeah, I gotta get a new computer so I can get my Chrome back, baby. Okay, so I'm down in the bottom. All right, that's not a problem. I could deal with that, right? So, bang, right, and presentation mode. Cool. All right. Cool. All right, I'm just looking at my YouTube channel just to see what you guys see. Here we go. Come on, show me. Just give me a second. I just want to make sure I can see what you guys see. Oh, come on. I'm waiting for YouTube to catch up with what I just did. So I can see it. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't even been looking at that, but that's all right. That's where I'm at. Okay, I'm in the bottom. All right, cool. All right. So, hopefully y'all can see, because I can't see when this thing is on like this. Unless I do this. Hold on one second, just for a second. I'm going to do this. This way I can keep it over here and I can actually see for a second. Actually, I can't. Man, I sure miss my, okay, I'm in the bottom. All right, I can stay in the bottom. So, in fact, I'm going to take myself off screen. Here we go. So y'all can see the whole thing. Boom. Cool. There we go. Okay. So, presentation mode. All right, people. So here we go. This presentation is basically Damon Dash, Katt Williams, right or wrong about Egypt, because both of them in recent times have given multiple interviews where they have felt it necessary to comment about ancient Egypt. And so, being that they both have such high profiles, and I'm all about educating people, when I hear people say things that I think need to be examined or addressed or highlighted, then I take it upon myself to do that. And initially, I just wanted to respond to what Katt Williams said. However, what was supposed to be me putting something together for 5 minutes, in fact, I need to stop this right here just to let y'all know. Hold on one second. Y'all need to know this. I'm going to go right back to it. I was responding to Katt Williams, I was addressing what Katt Williams said right after he did that interview with Shannon Sharpe on Club Shay Shay, the one that went viral. He made 2 statements about ancient Egypt. And while I, like everybody else, I consumed the rest of the interview because of who I am and what I do. The only thing that really stood out to me that needed to be addressed were the statements made about ancient Egypt, because there has been a string of successive comedians who are using their platform to take a stand on racial issues as it relates to ancient Egypt. And so, being that that is the lane of persons like myself who have toiled in that vineyard for quite some time, then I feel like the onus and the responsibility is on us to speak to it and address it and not just gloss over it, because that's how miseducation proliferates, right? Miseducation, especially when it's influential people that have access to high profile platforms. And so I felt like they said some things that really needed to be addressed. But when I started out to address it, I was going to take 5 minutes, put together a little response and respond. But when I thought about what Katt Williams said, I had to really ask myself, is that true? Because like the young lady said a little while ago about the Egyptians not being black, or someone else said it, right? It was another person that said it, that the Egyptians weren't black. So I had to really ask myself, is that statement really true? Because Katt Williams spoke about that on more than once, in more than one interview. I'm going to show you, in more than one interview, he repeated the same statements. And I said, but is that really true? Because I'm always refining my own thinking so that when it's time for me to speak, my arrow, the quivers in my arrow hits the center of the bullseye with respect to accuracy and what is correct and what is not. So I had to ask myself, is that true? Were the Egyptians black? Are the Egyptians black? It's one thing to say it in casual conversation, but the problem with too much of these conversations is that they're too casual and they're being had by people who have only a casual knowledge of the subject. And you can't expect to be accurate and on point if you're always just being casual about a subject that's not casual. Ancient Kemet is not a casual subject. Ancient Egypt is not a casual subject. And ancient Kemet and ancient Egypt are not the same subject. And if you think it's semantics, it's only because you're historically illiterate and you don't know any better. Nobody ever took the time to teach you. Okay? So, exactly. Yes. Absolutely. Did you take that from one of my presentations? I know you took that from one of my presentations. Tell the truth. Tell the truth, because I'm going to show that tonight. Tell the truth. Okay? All right? I know you took that. Tonka, tell the truth. You took that from one of my presentations. I know you did. Okay? Now, I know my work when I see it. Okay. So, not that I wrote it, but the things that I expose people to. So, let's get back to it. Let's see. Present. Share screen. Yeah. Okay. Entire screen. Allow. All right, here we go. All right, so I'm off the screen and we're going just to the presentation. Okay, here we go. Okay, so Damon Dash, Katt Williams, right or wrong about Egypt. So this is the statement that Katt Williams made. Katt Williams said on the Egyptians, he said, it's like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African. And I said, well, is that true? Is any of that true? Because the inference, I said, well, first of all, I realized, all right, so let me explain this to you as well. Let me stop for a second because I gotta, right? Hold on one second. Let's see. Hold on a second. Do that. Just stop sharing for a second. So one of the reasons that took me so long was that once I started to answer those questions, what was supposed to be a 5-minute response turned into me putting together a presentation for a full month. It took me a month to put this presentation together. Okay? About 3 weeks, right? Okay, it took me about 2 weeks straight because that interview was like the 12th of January. I was done by the end of January, so that's 2 weeks. But I went so in on the presentation that when February came, Black History Month, the first day of February, and I was done with the presentation, I said, I cannot just go, I got to let my mind rest because I had went so in on answering these questions. I mean, I went in like I hadn't gone in a long time. And I had to remind myself, you can't just go in like that and think that it's not going to drain you. You have to recover from that. So I had to take a month to recover from just putting this presentation together. I really did. Because as you're going to see, there's a lot in it. It's packed with a lot of stuff. That's why it has to be multiple episodes. It might take me a month to give this whole presentation. Right? So, but at least I got a reason to come back every day. So I just need y'all to keep me consistent. Right? Keep me inspired. Keep me motivated. Make sure that you are liking the video. Make sure you are subscribing. Make sure you are sharing it. Make sure you're visiting the Cash App because that is the ultimate motivation, right? When I say ultimate motivation, meaning that you can't let people do that and not show up. You can't let people contribute and patronize you, if you will, and subsidize you. You can't let people subsidize you and then you don't show up and don't deliver. So that, that's a surefire way of, got to show up for the people. So, yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys. It took me 2 weeks, what felt like a month to put it together, but it took me almost a month, about 3 weeks, right? Yeah, the 28th of February, it took me a month to come back. I think tomorrow's the last day of February, or today is, tomorrow, I don't know if it's a leap year or not. It took me a month to recover from putting this presentation together. I had to just empty my mind. It took me a month to empty my mind so I could feel like a normal person. So then I could come. But then the problem is that I made the presentation so big that you forget half the stuff you put in it. So I'm going to have to rediscover the presentation as we're going through it. So I'll be rediscovering it with you, and when I see something on the screen, I'll just break it down because I'll remember why it's there. Okay, because it's a vast presentation. So present. Man, I can't wait to get back on Chrome. I really can't. Okay, so allow. Here we go. We're back. We're back on it, people. So and you know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna use this one here. I'm gonna at least be on here. Oh, can I do this one? I actually like this one better. So I'm gonna do this one for now. Hopefully y'all be able to read everything that's on the screen. Y'all should be able to, right? So here we go. Presentation mode. There we go. Right? So Katt Williams said it's like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. So the inference that he's making then is that the Egyptians were black, or that the Egyptians are black, right? That's the inference. And Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then the Egyptians are African. This is what he said. This is what Katt Williams, our brother Katt Williams, said, right? Now, when Kevin Hart said it, they canceled him in Egypt. They didn't say, it's funny, they didn't say anything about Katt Williams saying it. And I found that very curious, because the Egyptians are normally very vocal about such racial claims about themselves and about Egypt. So, as well as ancient Egypt as well, right? So the subject matter that we're going to start off with. Now, let me say this before I forget, right? I'm going to have to keep stopping so that you guys can understand where I'm coming from. There's so much in this presentation that I have to prepare you before I show you what I want to show you. So there's like a preamble to the presentation. So there are some things that we're going to have to cover so that you can understand the things that I'm going to show you, and that the things that I'm going to be displaying throughout the presentation. Okay, that's important. So make sure you're paying attention. All right, make sure you're paying attention. Here we go. Right? Oh, you know what it is. Right? Yes, that is the book. Mustafa Gadala. Right? So here we go. Etymology. All right, so here we go. Yes, that is the book, Exiled Egyptian Mustafa Gadala. But there are other works you need to read as well. Let's see. Present. Share screen. Am I still on the right one? Yeah, I'm on that one. That's the one I want to be on. So entire screen. Allow. I should go right there. There we are. So, and I'm gonna come back here, and here we go. Right. So nope, my bad. Presentation mode. Here we go. Okay. So for those of you who want to show your appreciation and show appreciation for the value, you can see my Cash App is right there on the side, $ Shakka-Ahmose. This is because people ask me, and they like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I just want you to know what it is. So here we go. So these are the things that you're going to have to learn about so you can understand everything else that I'm going to talk about as we move forward. Most people are not familiar with these terms. Race switching, code switching, right? Code switching as far as behavior, and then it's code switching as far as linguistics, because they're two different things. One is a deeper version of the other, right? So there's code switching behavior, code switching linguistics, and then the last, code mixing. Okay? So you're going to have to learn about these things before everything else makes sense to you when we talk about the Egyptians and who they were and who they are and who they were not. Okay? You have to learn these things. All right? So here we go. Now, there's a particular article. If I give you the link to the article, it's going to take you to a page that says this. And the website is the American Psychological Association, or APA, right? It's a peer-reviewed, world-renowned, whatever, psychological association, right? Look them up, the American Psychological Association. If I give you the link to this article, right? The article is about what? You can see it highlighted right here, biracial identity, okay? Now, you know, when you're dealing with me, I don't do bullshit social media talk. I do academics, Okay? We do real scholarship here. We don't do the dumb stuff. You want to do the dumb stuff? Because a lot of people on these channels, they like to act as if they're academic. They like to speak as if they're academic. But when it comes down to the work, it's all fluff and excuses. We don't do that here. And yes, I'm aware that you see me. Like I said, I don't do dry lips. I don't care if I'm on the small screen or a big one. I'm just putting some vitamin C with rose hips on my lips. So, biracial identity. The article was taken down. Now, I'm not stupid. I know how these things go. I saved the article because I knew they were going to take it down. I knew they were going to take it down. It was too controversial. It exposed too much. So I knew that they were going to take it down. I saved it. Right? This is the article. This is the author of the article. She's in the military. She's a biracial woman in the military. Her name is Mahogany L. Swanson. Okay? And in fact, I'm going to show you the title of it's in a journal. I'm going to give you the name of the journal right now. Hold on one second. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Right? Because I want to give you the name of the journal so you can look it up yourself. I'm going to come right here. Go to presentations. Right. It's a journal article. No. Uh-oh. No. I thought I got it and put it on here. Hold on one second, folks. That's strange. Oh, no, I couldn't have because they took it off the site. That's right. So that was the other one I did it for. No problem. Because a lot of times they'll put things out, these academic associations, and if it gets too much heat, they'll take it down. I don't let them take it down. I save it. Okay? All right. Yeah. I learned a long time ago. If you see it and it's good, get it. Take it for later. So let's present. Share screen. All right. Entire screen. Allow. Here we go. I'm right where I need to be. Okay, let's get it. Oops, my bad. Put me back here. All right, cool. All right. Boom. Here we go. Okay. So her name is Mahogany L. Swanson, M-A-E-D-S. She's a certified school psychologist. And the name of the article is So What Are You Anyway? Okay. And it was posted on the American Psychological Association website. That's where I discovered it. Okay. It's about a year old is the article, but I'm glad I saved it. So it says individuals in the U.S. with one black and one white parent use the concept of race switching as one mechanism for coping with pressures of racial identity. Do you see this term? Race switching. Now, I've always been honest about being slightly uncomfortable around biracial people because I know that that's what they do. They race switch. And I think that anybody who engages in such behavior should understand that people have the right to be leery around someone who engages in that kind of behavior because you could prove harmful to them. So they should not be insulted by my saying that. Okay? All right. Now you have to understand, you have people who are fully black and people who are fully white who also race switch, but they can only race switch psychologically, right? They cannot race switch phenotypically. Okay? Biracial people can and do historically have done so. Okay? Which tells you what? Which tells you that there's a third identity that they do not profess out loud. All right? They do, but people get upset when they do. And biracial people will tell you, I'm not black, I'm not white, I'm biracial. They have their own racial category. Okay? They use the term biracial. Okay? And there are multiracial people who take it even further. So let's read the article. This is the article that took off the internet. I saved it. She's a certified school psychologist currently getting her PhD in counseling psychology at Georgia State University with a cognate in military relevant therapies. So basically, she works for, her studies are to help people who are multiracial and biracial who are in the U.S. military. Okay? Her current research interest includes investigating the etiology and protective factors in the development of PTSD and comorbid disorders, as well as racial identity development of self-identified biracial and multiracial individuals of dependents and service personnel in the United States Armed Forces. That's because a lot of people in the military produce biracial and multiracial people. So you have a lot of biracial and multiracial people who are dependents of people in the military, and she wants to be able to service them psychologically. So there are things that she needs to understand. She is currently completing externships at Emory University School of Medicine with the Grady Trauma Project, with the Atlanta Veterans Affairs Trauma Recovery Team, and with the Gwinnett County Detention Center. Her end goal is to earn a commission in the United States Armed Forces. All right. So she's a non-commissioned officer. She's studying this stuff, getting her PhD and all. She's got a master's already. So, and her article was significant enough for the American Psychological Association to post it. So therefore, if it was significant enough for them to post it, it should be significant enough for us to learn from it. Okay? To expose ourselves to the thinking of biracial and multiracial people. So let's see what she says. She says, so the title is called "So What Are You Anyway?" And not title, I guess the rest of the title is "Individuals in the U.S. with one black and one white parent use the concept of race switching as one mechanism for coping with pressures of racial identity. Although biracial individuals include any persons with parents of differing race, this paper uses the term biracial to identify any individual whose parents are of African and European descent. So black and white. Okay? Those are euphemisms for black and white. Biracial individuals or individuals with one black parent, with one black and one white parent, growing up in the United States, develop a necessary coping mechanism whereby they are able to race switch. So for all of you who are hanging out with biracial people who think they just are just one way, no, they race switch. Okay? I have it documented for you right here. So that's why I'm very leery around them. Race switching allows, and she cites the study, Wilton, Sanchez, and Garcia. And that's the other thing I like when people cite their studies. Race switching allows individuals to identify and de-identify with different parts of their identity. So they know how to turn on their blackness, turn it off. Turn on their whiteness, turn it off, depending on the situation. This process of identification and de-identification is often dictated by the constraints or opportunities in the social milieu. See, so biracial people can be opportunistic and are opportunistic in a way that most black people cannot be. Okay, white people can, black people cannot. All right. Although viewed by some as opportunistic, as I just said, an often hostile environment may compel the need for racial fluidity in many self-identified biracial and multiracial individuals, meaning that biracial people or multiracial individuals often don't feel accepted fully by either side. So therefore, they need to be able to, they need to become mercurial, and they got to do what they got to do, right? Which again makes them, essentially, it makes them a double agent. Okay, you have to understand that. All right, that's nothing against them. Look, facts over feelings, right? However, the consequences of race switching can be deleterious for these individuals, meaning that it can have a bad effect on them. It can have a harmful effect on them. So eventually they have to choose. So quite often when they choose, some people take it personal. Some people be like, oh man, you biracial, but you're acting like you're white. You've chosen the white side. Other people will be like, oh, you're biracial, but you've chosen the black side. Quite often they have to choose for their own sanity to be, because just think about it, we're already divided in and of ourselves as it is. And the goal of every human being is to be fully integrated. So how much harder is it for a multi or biracial person? And we have to understand that. That's why I don't take it personal when they do. I just like they shouldn't take it personal that I understand that they have to sometimes, and that they can and are able to and often do. All right. This is an article from Harvard Business Review. I told you this is real scholarship from Harvard. The cost of code switching. So we spoke about race switching. Now we're talking about code switching. Don't confuse the two. All right. Remember up here, I said we're going to talk about race switching, code switching, behavioral, code switching, linguistic, and then code mixing. So right now we're at code switching, behavioral, right? Harvard Business Review, the cost of code switching. Remember, race switching has a harmful effect on them. Now there's a cost of code switching. The behavior is necessary for advancement. You heard that? But it takes great psychology toll. By Courtney M. McClooney, Katrina Robart. These are the people who did the study. At this point in my career, code switching feels natural. Or it's actually from a Harvard blog. At this point in my career, code switching feels natural. I am not even cognizant that I do it anymore. 30-year-old black male researcher. Okay? So black people can code switch. They can't race switch. Okay? In 2012, you might want to tell that to Candace Owens and a few other people. In 2012, a video of President Barack Obama entering the locker room of the U.S. men's Olympic basketball team went viral. In the clip, viewers can see that there's a clear difference between how Obama greets a white assistant coach and how he greets the black NBA player Kevin Durant. This moment inspired a sketch on Key and Peele in 2014 that played off the idea that Obama switches how he greets people depending on whether they're white or black. This kind of behavioral adjustment is casually referred to as code switching, which has long been a strategy for black people to successfully navigate interracial interactions and has large implications for their well-being, economic advancement, and even physical survival. So that's deep. Code switching relates to very important parts of ourselves because it can relate to our very existence, if we get to exist or not. So this is not something to take lightly, okay? So we just discussed code switching behavior. I don't know how many of you have seen the video, but you can just type it in, Obama code switching with Spreewell or something like that with basketball player. This is from, now we're going to talk about social linguistics. All right. Now we're going to talk about code mixing. We talked about code switching. Now we're going to talk about code mixing. Okay. What you need to know. Now we're in the linguistics. Here we have code switching behavioral, because it's, code switching, or maybe I should have did code mixing, linguistic and behavioral. But anyway, we're going to see. But code switching is code mixing. So you have code switching and code mixing. What you need to know. Number one, and this is from bilinguistics.com. Okay. Code switching is a linguistics site. Code switching refers to the movement from one language to another. You hear people do it all the time, especially if you know Spanish-speaking people. 1 minute they're talking in English, next minute they're talking in Spanish, right? In the same sentence. Code mixing refers to the hybridization of two languages. That's different. That's not the same as linguistic code switching. You have to understand this if you want to understand the nature of ancient Egypt and what actually happened and who is who. Because most people are talking out their ass and they have no idea what they're talking about. Black ones and white ones, especially the Egyptians. They're the most uneducated people about Egypt that it's ridiculous. All right? They try to pretend Egypt is not a third world country. All you have to do is just look at some YouTube videos and you'll see all the trash on the streets and all of that stuff, right? So the slums, everywhere you look, okay? So there's people begging everywhere for every little thing. It is what it is, right? So here we go. Now, what are we talking about? Code mixing. This is from the Journal of Language Contact. The author is Eitan Grossman, Brill.com. You already know that's scholarly journals and articles. It says right here, journals and articles. It asks a question. Did Greek influence the Coptic preference for prefixing? A quantitative typological perspective in Journal of Language Contact. Now, this question that they ask is not important. Why? Because the author himself tells you that nobody has ever made this claim. Nobody has ever made the claim that Greek influenced the Coptic preference for prefixing. So the Coptic language, which is spoken, which is a stage of the Egyptian language, right? They're not going to tell you. There's a lot about that stage of the language that you don't know that they will never tell you. I will teach it to you. But there's a lot about that language that you're not supposed to know. Okay? So he says, nobody has made this an issue. He just wanted to speak to it. However, in speaking to it, there were some things that he had to reveal about the Coptic language. For those of you who don't know, Coptic language is the language of Christian Egypt. They try to tell you that it's the last stage of the native language. That's not necessarily true. Okay? That's really an insult to say that. It really is not. But let's read what they say in this article. And you remember, I pride myself on showing you things that no one else will ever show you. So if I'm showing you something on the screen, I strongly recommend that you get out of your lazy mind and your lazy brain and pay attention to what I'm showing you, because number one, most people are not going to respect your brain enough to even show it to you, because they probably think that you're not intelligent enough to understand what I'm showing you. But I'm going to trust that you're going to believe in yourself and try to understand what I'm showing you so that you can go along with us as we're going through this. Okay? So let's read what Grossman says in this journal article about the Coptic language. Let's see what he's talking about. He says, however, it is only in Coptic, attested from around the 3rd century CE, that significant contact-induced change is observed in ancient Egyptian. So he's admitting that contact between the Greeks and the native people of Egypt at that time, and I don't want to use the term native, I'll use the term locals, because there's a difference between locals and natives. And most people don't make that distinction. It is not semantics. Okay? I don't engage in semantics unless it's absolutely necessary. And at that point, I will tell you that it is semantics. So you won't have to think that you need to bring it to my attention for a second. Okay. The main effect of this contact, pay attention, people, because many people like to tell you that Greek never really influenced Coptic. They like to tell you, oh, Coptic is just the last stage of the Egyptian language. And I'm telling you, it's not true. Read what he says here. The main effect of this contact is the massive. You know what the word massive means, people? Right? I hope you know what the word massive means. Right? He says, The main effect of this contact is the massive lexical influence of Greek on the indigenous language. So that means when you go into Coptic, the majority of the words, or a significant amount of the words that you're going to be hearing in the Coptic language, are not Egyptian. They're Greek. That's what lexical means. They're Greek words. This is why it said that a person who speaks Greek, who has never been taught the Egyptian language or the language of ancient Kemet, the actual term is Eden Kemet, if they've never had to speak that language, they can still understand what a person is saying when they speak Coptic. Why? Because there's that much Greek in the language. Okay? I'm documenting that for you right here. So you don't have to wonder if Shakka-Ahmose is right. He just said it. The main effect of this contact is the massive lexical influence of Greek on the indigenous language, with thousands of loanword types, thousands, from a wide range of word classes and semantic fields. That means Greek is all over and all throughout Coptic. It permeates Coptic. So you can't call that an ancient Egyptian language, okay? It's not. That's like calling a biracial person black or a biracial person white. They are neither, okay? They are both and they are neither. Current estimates place the number of loanwords in Coptic at upwards of 5,000 lamata. That's a lot. Most of you don't even know 5,000 different words, let alone 500. Okay? Current estimates place the number of Greek loanwords in Coptic at upwards of 5,000 lamata. Greek loanwords include both lexical and grammatical items. So it's not just the words themselves, but it's how the words are used and structured and interjected into the lexicon of Coptic itself. Some linguists consider Coptic to be what? A bilingual language variety. See, they don't tell you that. They tell you, people who want you to drink the Kool-Aid, they want you to think that Coptic is just the last stage of Egypt. That's a lie. It is a bilingual language. It is a bilingual language variety involving code mixing. He's telling you that in the article. Code mixing. Right? So what you're going to get is two different personalities linguistically hybridized together. And these different personalities in the language have different functions. So depending on who is speaking the language, they may be doing themselves a disservice. Meaning that when you are using the language, you may be giving up information that you don't realize that you're giving out, which was the purpose for the language to begin with. It's called a surveillance language. That's what Coptic is, for those of you who don't know. It is a surveillance language. It is a language that was constructed by the Greeks so that they could understand certain things. How can I put it? So that they could always be in a loop when the locals were speaking. So that the locals were trapped in a language in which they could not scheme, or they could not be loyal to themselves linguistically. That's the best way to say it. Okay? Which made them kind of impotent to themselves. All right? It left them powerless. So Hasnos argues for structural borrowing in the domain of subordinate clauses. So you have all of this Greek imposition that is embedded in a superstructure of the language, so that you might think that you'll give someone the impression that you are speaking an ancient Egyptian language, but that's all it is. It's an impression. You have to understand this. So you're not taught this because most people don't know how to teach, because most people are stupid and most people don't really study. All right? Coptic is not what they're telling you it is. Okay? It is like everything else about Egypt, they market it and promote it to you as if it's one thing. When you actually lift up the hood and you look under there, you see it's not what they're telling you, which means that your questions about what it is should improve. Okay? If you have half a brain. Okay? Okay. Yeah, wow is right. At least you're paying attention. I see that. Okay, RPM. Okay. Right. Okay. Oh, Drake mentioned in his raps about being about race switching. Okay. All right. Okay. I appreciate that. No, we do real scholarship here. That's what this whole channel is about. It's real scholarship. Which is why it's not difficult for me to come every day. It's just that I'm usually studying. So hey, the reason that you guys were able to see the last night of Asar, the reason that you're able to see the trailer to Kemetp, the web series, this is another villager. So I showed you 3 villagers that are present tonight. 4, in fact. Ndulugani, I think 3. Ndulugani, no, 4. Ndulugani, Joe Islar, Katt, and Mr. Hodson. Oh, and Mr. Hodson, please go and watch the film again and look at the credits. Okay? Your name is spelled correctly. Thank you very much. I just wanted to put that out there. Okay? So, absolutely. Hey, Hotep, Uncle Johnson, Mike, I appreciate you. Very much so. Yeah, we're going in tonight. I told you we were going to go in tonight, and racist white. I really appreciate that very much. I'm not gonna hold it against you, whatever your biases may be. Let's see. Hey, Triz, exiled Egyptian down the whole video some years ago. All right, this is another villager right here. Okay, so I just wanted you guys to see this about Coptic so that you can understand as we move forward. Everything I'm doing right now, I'm just prepping your mind so that when I show you things later, you can understand it. You can look with understanding. Because most people think you're just worth lying to, or you're not worth doing the real work and doing the real research so that you can be taught correctly. I know this, right? So that's not my brand. My brand is to show you the real deal, okay? So let's get back to unveiling race switching, code switching, and now we just looked at code mixing, which is a linguistic term. And we looked at the difference between code switching and code mixing, right? Code switching, when it comes to linguistics, is just slipping from one language to the next. Code mixing in linguistics means that you have, that there is disguising. That's the key word. In code mixing, there is disguising going on in the language so that the people who speak the language think they're speaking a harmless language, but the people who colonized you are benefiting from you speaking that language. And you're going to see why, because remember, he showed you that there's also grammatical structure. We're going to look at an important piece of the grammar in Coptic to see what they did to the locals by imposing that language on them. You have to understand this, because we're talking, at the end of the day, we're talking about identity. Who is who? What race is a person? Are they code switching? Are they race mixing? If so, is it psychologically? Is it phenotypically? What the hell is going on? This is what people don't want you to get to the bottom of. And they think that your IQ is too low, and they think you're too stupid because they know that you're not going to do the research. What they don't count on is me doing the research, because that's what I do. Okay? So, welcome, Alon. You are welcome to be here. Okay? So, here we go. Present. And I have the greatest respect for those of you who can follow what I'm showing. And I really respect those of you who may not be able to understand everything that I'm showing, but you are trying and you're putting forth an effort. You got to understand, especially if you're coming out of a public school system, you weren't educated to really understand real scholarship. You just weren't. So unless you just like it like I do and love it like hell, I dropped out of high school in the 10th grade. So I'm not supposed to be understanding or knowing any of this stuff, right? So here we go. I dropped out because there was no scholarship going on in the school. So share screen, and it was making me crazy. I had to sit there and watch people clean their guns out all day. It's like, yeah, I'm good. Okay, so let's get back to it. Okay, so we just looked at this, all right, folks? We just looked at what is going on with the Coptic language. It has all of this Greek stuff in it. I'm not going to go over it. You go over it yourself. I just basically showed you that what you're really seeing in Coptic is there's only an ancient Kemetic superstrate, but substantively, it's Greek. It is a Greek language. Okay? So now I'm going to ask the question, and I want to see who's smart. Out of race switching, code switching behaviorally, code switching linguistically, and code mixing, which one, when it comes to understanding the people of ancient Egypt and the people of ancient Kemet, of all of these, which one is the most important? Put it in the chat. Y'all know I love to test my followers. I want to see who my thinkers are. Which one of these four is the most important that we need to look at? Race switching, code switching, behaviorally, code switching, linguistically, or code mixing? Put it in the chat. I want to see who's on point. Let me see. Out of these four, in fact, yeah. Let me see. Let me see. Come on. I'm gonna wait. Race switching, code switching. Somebody said number 4. Yeah, you can put the number. Number 1, number 2, number 3, or number 4. Right? I'll put it back on the screen if you need me to, but I want to see who's coming through with it. All right. Yosef said number 4. Come on, people. You want me to put it back on? Somebody else said code mixing. Okay. I see y'all paying attention. I told you my followers are smart. My followers are smart. Limitless power got caught out there. Limitless power got caught out there. Right? There was no number 5. What are you talking about? Number 5. See, this is what I mean about people not paying attention. There was only 4. Tyrone said number 4. Everybody who said number 4, anybody who said code mixing, let me see if we get a few more. Right? Let me see if we get any more. Number 2, nah. Chi-Chi said number 2. Hold on. Chi-Chi Boom said number 2. And number 2 is code switching linguistically. Nope. Not code switching linguistically. Whoever said number 4, whoever said, whoever said number 4 and whoever said code mixing, Joe, you are correct. Jay, you are correct. You are correct. Tyrone, you are correct. Yes. Yes. From my high throne, yes, you are correct. Lamont, you are correct. It is code mixing. Code mixing is the most important one that we have to look at. Now, most of you have never heard these terms. Most of you have never heard these terms because most people on YouTube are not real teachers when it comes to this stuff. All right? They want to talk about aliens coming to Egypt and all this stupid stuff. They want to talk about all this, just really how the god Thoth built the pyramids, and I mean really stupid stuff, right? So you need to know this. It's gonna be very hard for you to find real teachers on YouTube because most people they're not at that caliber of of research. They're not. They're just not. I'm sorry. Most people on YouTube, including the people who talk about Egypt is black, most of them is just pop history, popular history. And a lot of times they don't even get that right. It's just really comic book stuff, right? So here we do real scholarship, right? Here we do Yale, Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, Sorbonne, wherever else, Boston U, I don't, wherever Brown University, wherever we can get something good, Free University in Germany, right? London College University. I like their stuff a lot. Macquarie University in New Zealand or in Australia, Macquarie University in Australia, which I think is a darn hell of a university, right? University of Lausanne, right? So, we do real scholarship here. So if you're not interested in real scholarship, this channel is not for you. If you need the BS or you want to find out who's having sex with who and who cheated on who and all the other dumb stuff, then yeah. Okay. So from the Pelicet. Okay. All right. So let's get back to what we're doing here. We came here to knock down walls of ignorance. Here we go. Share screen. All right. Entire screen. Allow. Here we go. So we're back on, people. We're back on. Okay. So yes, I'm very glad you guys figured it out. Right? Which one is the most important one? There it is. Code mixing. Okay. Why is the code mixing the most important one? I'm going to give you an example of why it's important. And I'm going to show you how language contains what's called psycho-effective material. I repeat it again. Psycho-effective material that is put in language. Okay? It's infused in language. That term, psycho-effective material, comes from, oh God, I've never forgotten his name before. Oh, that is what's called a Bikoism, right? Because the term comes from Dr. Femi Biko. He is the one who coined the term psycho-effective material, okay? As far as a linguistic terminology. So we're going to look in this. Now, normally people tell me all the time, I got to stop. People tell me all the time, they say, Shaka, you don't, they say I keep a lot of secrets when it comes to knowledge and information. And that's true, I do, because I debate professionally. And I like for people to do a lot of this so that when we finally debate, I can just catch them out there with the 1-2 punch and finish them fast. So right now, I'm going to share with you a journal that I don't normally share with people. So you need to know that. Okay? I'm repeating myself. I'm going to share with you a journal that I don't normally share with people. Not that they would read it anyway, because most people are allergic to studying and doing real research. So you're about to see something very special. I wanted to share that with you. You need to go to my Cash App after you see it to say thank you. Here we go. Present, share screen. Let's do this. Okay. This is the kind of stuff that I don't like to share. I like to keep this stuff for myself, like I said, in case I'm in a debate or something, but I have to share it so you can understand what's going on. So this is an article called How Demotic is Demotic. For those of you who don't know what demotic is the true last stage of the language of ancient Kemet, misnomered ancient Egypt. Okay? The last language of ancient Kemet, native language, was actually demotic or demotic. Okay? Now, this is an article called, in fact, if you've heard of the Rosetta Stone, the languages used on the Rosetta Stone are Medu-Neter hieroglyphic, right? Medu-Neter hieroglyph. The second stage or interpretation, or rather translation, if you will, is in demotic. That's the middle translation, right? The last one is in Greek. Okay? They translated it, they back translated it. It was originally written in Greek, then they wrote it in the Demotic, and then they wrote it in the Medunecha hieroglyphic. Okay? In the onomasticon. Right? That's what they call, that's the Greek word actually. That's the Greek terminology for the other Greek word hieroglyphic. Right? It's onomasticon. Okay, or onomastica. Okay? Pertaining to names. Okay? So, let's look at what this says. This is how demotic is demotic. And this is from, that's why let me show you the journal that this is from. Hold on one sec. So you can see that we do real scholarship here. Hold on one second. This is from How Demotic is Demotic by David C. Ray, Egitto y Vinci Oriente, volume 17, Acta Domatica, Acts of the Fifth International Conference for Demotists in Pisa, Italy, from the 4th to the 8th of September 1993 to 94, pages 251, 264. It's a 14-page article. I read the whole thing. It's mind-blowing. You'll probably learn more in that article than you'll learn in 10 years, right? But it's not easy reading if you're not a serious reader. It's published by Pisa University in Italy, okay? Just so that you know. And let me see if I share my screen. Maybe you can see it. Hold on. You tell me if you can see my text edit when I share my screen. Here we go. Entire screen. Allow. I'm going to share my text edit with you. You should be able to see it. Okay? Yes. How Demotic is Demotic. John David C. Ray, Egitto y Vinci Oriente, Volume 17, Acta Domatica, Acts of Fifth International Conference for Demotists. Those are people who study the language Demotic. Pisa. It was in Pisa. It was held in Pisa. The conference was in Pisa, Italy. 4th, 8th of September, 93, 94, pages 251, 264, 14 pages, published by Pisa University Press. Okay? Now, you can't say I didn't source it for you. Okay? That's what I do. That's what I'm known for. I source all of my stuff. Okay? This is not for the children. This is not, I don't do what I do for stupid people. Okay? This is real scholarship that we do here. Okay? Now, listen to what they say about the code mixing in Coptic. This is important. Okay? It says, but the effect of Greek at all levels of Coptic discourse is so marked that the natural conclusion must be that Coptic, like English or modern Persian, is a mixed language. So if Coptic is a mixed language, it cannot be the last stage of ancient Egyptian, because ancient Egyptian, so-called, was not a mixed language. Okay? And one which shows the influence of a superstrate. So in Coptic, the Greek is the superstrate, while the substrate is the Egyptian. Okay? Or the Eden Kemet. The Eden Kemet is, so I had it in reverse before when I was talking about it. So the superstrate is the Greek. The substrate would be the Eden Kemet. So the superstrate is imposing itself on the substrate. So it is a language of oppression. Okay? It is a language that would only be spoken by an oppressed people. That's what he's telling you. How these Greek words were acquired by the Egyptians is a matter of interest. So listen, see, this is what they don't show you. They don't think that you're intelligent enough to dig enough up in these journals. Okay? It says, how these Greek words were acquired by the Egyptians is a matter of interest. So you never bothered to ask yourself, well, okay, Coptic has all of this Greek, but how did the Greek get there? And what is the nature of the Greek? Why is that important? He says it is a matter of interest. for those of you who have reading comprehension. He says, the Medina texts use infinitive forms, as we might expect. However, is it, he asked an important question. I always tell people the answer to your question should be commensurate to the question asked. He says, is it a coincidence that most of the Greek verbs which are used in Coptic are in a form identical with the imperative? That is important. That is paramount. Let's read that again. Is it a coincidence? He wouldn't ask the question if it didn't matter. Most people are too stupid to ask the question, right? Is it a coincidence that most of the Greek verbs which are used in Coptic are in a form identical with the imperative? What is an imperative, people? What does it mean? Of vital importance, crucial, right? Giving an authoritative command. Peremptory. Grammar. Denoting the mood of a verb that expresses a command or exhortation, as in, come here. So anytime you are speaking from a powerful perspective in the Coptic language, you have to assume a Greek personality because you are going to be using the Greek verb. That's why he asked that question. Is it a coincidence that most of the Greek verbs which are used in Coptic are in a form identical with the imperative? That is the psychoaffective material in the language. Was this the way that most Egyptians first heard them? One, and then look what he says. He comes to a conclusion. One has the impression that few Greeks were ever confronted with an Egyptian imperative. That means the Egyptians could not give a command. They could not say, come here, do this, do that, because they were the oppressed ones. So all of the power words in the language are going to be in Greek. And then they said, he asked the question, he says, one has the impression that few Greeks were ever confronted with an Egyptian imperative. Even if they had been in a position to recognize one, they didn't have to learn it. That's how powerful they were. They didn't even have to bother to learn the native language. Some of them did, but as a prerequisite, they did not have to. The Egyptian experience seems to have been different. Look at how he ended that. The Egyptian experience seems to have been different. Now, for those of you who have reading comprehension, that's saying a whole lot. That's saying that the Egyptians or the natives, or really the locals, not the natives, because there weren't many natives left. There were mostly locals. And the locals who assumed the identity of the natives, they had to put up with Greek supremacy that was infused into their own language. So, contradistinctively, Coptic is a peon language. It is a Jim Crow language. It's the way black people had to speak to white people during the Jim Crow era. That's what Coptic is. Right? So when black people spoke English during the Jim Crow era, it wasn't the same English that white people were speaking during the Jim Crow era. A black person could not look at a white person, even though they were speaking the same language. A black person couldn't look at a white person and say, come here, boy. You couldn't do that. Your whole family would be killed and hung. So the same is true, but in Coptic, it's hidden. It's hidden and it's disguised. Okay? Not so much, not for a person who is linguistically literate. Now, what I just showed you, you don't know another human being that can show you that. Because if they could have, they would have. Okay? If they could have, they would have. This is very important as we get deeper. We're not even into the presentation yet. We can't deal with what Katt Williams said until we first get a basic understanding of what's going on. So you know how I do. I'm going to shape your mind first so that by the time we get to the meat, you could look at it with understanding. Okay? Okay. Okay, so I like that. Yes. Okay. So very much so. Yes. Now you understand about psychoeffective material. Okay. Here you are thinking, oh, I'm speaking of Christian. See, a Coptic Egyptian would think, oh, we speak, it's a Christian language. It's a religious language, right? It's a liturgical language. Not understanding, you might want to add surveillance language to that, peon language to that, servant language to that, oppressed language to that. Okay? That's the political context. They only understand it in a religious context. They don't understand it in a political context. And that's or historical. Those are the two that are more important, the historical and the political, not the religious. Religious is subjective. Doesn't really fucking matter. Okay? What matters is the historical and the political, because that has real consequences. Right? Here we go. Right? So, let's get with it. Thank you very much. I appreciate the accolade. Greatly appreciated. So, you know what they say, when your adversaries big you up, that's probably why we place value in that. So here we go. Let's get back to educating ourselves, so that don't ever let anybody accuse you of being stupid. You're only stupid if you choose to be. I don't care what you look like. I don't care what color you are, what sex you are. If you choose to be a stupid and you bring your ego into the conversation, you're gonna be stupid. It's just the way that works. Doesn't matter. That goes for me. That goes for everybody else. Okay. Here we go. Let's get back to it. So now I've just shown you something that no one else has ever shown you and would show you. And part of that is because they themselves probably wouldn't understand the importance of it. I knew I was in the wrong place, right? They themselves probably wouldn't understand the importance of what I just showed you. So here we go. Okay. Now let's move forward. So now I need for people to understand something. For the most part, I'm not saying this as an absolute statement. I'm saying it as the majority of the documentation is out there. You're going to find some documentation that is going to differ with this, but I'm putting this out there as the general understanding, and that is DNA cannot tell your race. For people who like to get into these arguments about ancient Egypt and DNA, it cannot tell your race. Lately, now I'm going to be honest, the science has recently gotten to the point where they can tell your race. I'm going to say it. But for the most part, if you are going to go with the party line, DNA cannot tell your race. So I tell people, avoid DNA conversations when you get into ancient Egypt, because it's just another distraction. You don't have to look at somebody's DNA to know. Nobody in modern society or in slave society says, let me see your DNA card to see if you're black or white, right? That's strictly on sight. You tell what somebody is, okay? So stop playing the DNA game. It's a stupid game. This is from popscience.com. DNA tests can't tell your race. Many people turn to companies like 23andMe to learn about ancestry and ethnicity. But the genetic connection is far more complicated than the industry lets on. And it is. Okay? So we're just going to read this so we can have an idea about DNA and race. Okay? The vast majority of human DNA, we're talking 99.9%, is entirely identical between individuals. So when the code diverges between two people, that's interesting to scientists. A DNA ancestry test scans the entirety of your genome looking for single letter differences. Statistical experts like Feldman have figured out that people from the same continent, on average, tend to have certain variations in the same regions of DNA. Still, it's impossible to say that one tiny nuance comes from a specific place. Analysts can only note when someone's differences overlap a lot with a general geographic group. You cannot take your DNA and chop it up and say, this bit comes from here, that bit comes from there, and that comes from here. Like so many people say when they get their DNA test, they say, oh, I'm 30% Italian, I'm 28% North African. That you're misreading the data. That's not how those numbers work. Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about, right? Basically, what it means is, they're saying they're 30% sure that you have this much. They're 20% sure that you are this. So that's what it's showing, that there's a certain certainty of their sureness that those elements are in your genes. But percentage-wise, you cannot divide it up like a pie. That's not how it works. Only if you are genetically illiterate, right? If you're genetics illiterate, then you'll do that. But we're going to do that later just for popular understanding. Since that's the way people like to understand and interpret genetics, then we're going to do that later on down the line. All right? Feldman knows what he's talking about. He was part of the Human Genome Diversity Project, the first research group that sought out connections between genetics and geographic ancestry. Starting in the 1990s, collaborators began using blood samples collected from around the world to try to understand human migration and evolution. The result was the first ever map detailing commonalities in the DNA of people from different regions. It was a monumental achievement. The project's results are still the baseline for most consumer tests on the market today. Back to Feldman's point about dividing up DNA. He says, you might think your ancestry works sort of like inheriting genes from your parents, an even 50-50 split. But that's not the case when you go back another generation. As DNA, pay attention, dummies. The smart ones know this already. As DNA reshuffles and reorganizes with every new transfer. So even if your mom gave you 50% of her own genes, doesn't mean you got an even portion of, say, her Pakistani parents. In fact, if you dig far enough, it's possible, are you ready, people? It's possible you'll find a direct ancestor that you have no genes in common with. That's for you stupid motherfuckers out there who like to throw DNA tests around when the fact of the matter is, me and this person, he might be my direct ancestor, but we have no genes in common. That's for you dumb Egyptians that like to talk dumb Egyptian DNA tests. You are stupid as... Oh, my God. I'm going to stop with the profanity. You just drive me crazy on these internet sites, not knowing what you're talking about because you don't know how DNA works. You're just as stupid as the day is long. And you like to talk about black people and IQ? Are you serious? I can't even take you people seriously. I really cannot. And that's 2/3 of the white people online trying to use DNA tests, and they're too stupid to understand how DNA works. If it's possible for me to have a direct ancestor and we have no genes in common, how can you stand there and use a DNA test trying to tell people who they're related to and who they're not? And it's just stupid. Let's continue. This means that you and your sibling can have significant... Now listen, you and your brother or your sister can have significantly different ancestry results, given you've each inherited different portions of your parents' DNA, unless you're identical twins. Okay? So let's just stop with the bullshit. That's why I tell people, you cannot engage in a conversation about race in ancient Egypt and think you're going to pull up a DNA test, ancient or modern, and think that what you're saying is applicable to a racial conversation, unless you are genetics illiterate. You got to be stupid. Like, you literally have to be stupid. It's unbelievable. Now, I know, like, a lot of what I'm reading is probably going over a lot of people's heads, because most people don't study science. They don't read scientific literature. They just get online and run around and just say all kind of dumb shit on Facebook, especially Egyptians. I mean, the IQ level in Egypt has to be, on average, so low. I'm being honest, because these Egyptians love to be on Facebook debating black people. They love to try to make, you sub-Saharan Africans, and they like to show Nubians or so-called Nubians imprisoned, and you have nothing to do. They are literally, they're super dumb. Like, you do not ever have to worry about being intimidated by an Egyptian when it comes to a conversation on science. Like, on average, these are a low. I'm saying, I'm not shy. I'm telling you the truth. I'm talking about, hold on. I have to be fair. I don't want to judge educated Egyptians by uneducated Egyptians. But I will say that most of the people online that are in these debates about the blackness of ancient Egypt or the non-blackness, most of them are uneducated Egyptians. Now, the reason why I can't give the educated Egyptians a pass is because educated Egyptians publish in international press unscientific, low IQ statements. So that's why I say, on average, Egyptians, educated or uneducated, are stupid as the day is long. Sorry, I'm honest, and I don't bite my tongue. I'm trying not to use profanity, and I'm trying not to say it how I really want to say it, but I go with the evidence. And I'm talking about high-profile, famous Egyptians. Dumb and stupid as the day is long. Sorry, it's the truth. If you want me to think otherwise, then challenge me to a public debate, or do something to show that you know what you're talking about when it comes to DNA, when it comes to genetics, and when it comes to history. So do something, because I collect your statements on Facebook and social media, and I sit there and we have a laughing party at the dumb stuff you people say. So, it is what it is. You might be fooled. See, Egyptians have white people fooled, because white people are as uneducated as they are, so they think that these Egyptians are the same people who built the pyramids and all this other stuff. So everybody's just stuck on stupid. What are you going to do, right? And then they're mad at us for pointing out things that are scientifically factual, okay? So here we go. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hey, at least it'll be on YouTube for you to come back and watch the rest of it. So look forward to that, right? Here we go. Absolutely. Okay, so let's go, right? One thing about it, look, I'm honest. I don't bite my tongue to people. I wouldn't say, well, this group is stupid, if they had not proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that they're stupid. What do you want me to tell you? I mean, I started to feel bad for them, because I see how frustrated they get when black people claim Nile Valley culture and civilization, and they feel like they have to defend their country. They don't understand. What they prove is that they don't understand the argument, and when they try to prove they understand the argument, all of the documentation refutes everything that they say. So it just said that not only are you dumb and stupid, but you're deceiving yourself, and then you want us to pretend and go along with the imagination, with the imaginary story you're telling yourself. It's like, no, we're not going to do that. The times of playing games with this subject is over. So let's get back to the. I just wanted you guys to see that about the imperative, right? The form of the imperative when it comes to the Greek verbs, right? They tell you that no Greek in Egypt had to ever be confronted with an imperative as an Egyptian was speaking to them. Right? First of all, they never had to learn the language because they were the upper echelon. The Greeks had taken over Egypt at this time. The locals, not the natives, the locals were on the bottom. Most of the natives had been pushed to the south and went further into the body of Africa. Most of them by this time were in the Sudan. Most of them by this time they were in Lower Sudan. Most of them had coalesced in Lower Sudan. Okay, so and further south, because there were many different tributaries and migratory routes that Africans utilized to disperse when they were under pressure, and that includes ancient Egypt and ancient Kemet. Okay, so we'll talk about that later. That's another subject matter. So, and I don't ever say anything unless I bring receipts. Right? I'm strictly, that's my nickname, receipts. Okay, so let's get back to it. Okay. You guys gave me the name. I stuck with it. It stuck with me. Okay. So remember, let's get back to this part. Hold on a second. Oh, come on. Right? DNA cannot tell your race. The way that it works is that it shifts and it reshuffles, right? With every new generation of production, every birth or whatever. And you can have direct ancestors and share no genes with them at all, because that's how random genes are. Okay. You can have two black people in a room and a modern Egyptian, right? The modern Egyptian and the black person from New Jersey could have more genes in common than two black people from New Jersey. That's how genes work. It's called genetic variation. And most people don't understand it. They're too stupid. Now, this is the geneticist, Dr. Shakka-Ahmose R.S.I, out of Howard University. This is him speaking at Cambridge University. All right. The title of this speech that he gave is called, you can see it on YouTube. Geneticist Dr. Shakka-Ahmose talks about what genetics can and cannot tell us about how ancient Egyptians may have looked. Now, this is what he said out of his own mouth. This is him speaking at Cambridge University. He's a physician. He's an MD and a PhD. Physician and anthropologist from the National Human Genome Center and the Department of Anthropology of the Smithsonian Institution. Okay? This is what he said. This is for the dummies. Genetics is going to be the thing that tells you the least, actually. He's telling you that. He said that years ago. But you still got dummies running around Facebook talking about, but the DNA says something different. No, you don't know anything about DNA, so don't use the word. You might as well use the word ABC. You know more about ABC than you knew about DNA, so shut up, right? So he says, genetics is going to be the thing that tells you the least, actually. Now, watch what he says next. He says, people think there's so much that you get, from, genetics. Not really. It sounds like this because this is a direct quote from what he said. He says, not really. You get some things, but now look what he says next. History, culture, archaeology is where you're going to get what? A lot more information. Now, why do white people and modern Egyptians love to go to DNA instead of archaeology? Because in archaeology, all you got to do is pull up a wall fresco like this, and you'll see exactly what color this person is. This person is not a slave, and they're not a servant. How do we know? Look at what he's holding in his arms. He is holding the palette of a what? A scribe, an educated person. Okay? This is a native of Kemet. He is an educated scribe, which means that he is part of the noble community. You might consider him an unofficial noble. Okay? Illiterate people were not nobles. Writing was what separated people by class. The mere fact that he could write as a scribe put him in a different class. And you can clearly see he is not Irish, he is not Italian, he is not Russian, and he is not Chinese, Japanese, or anything of that nature. You can clearly see he is the same as Dr. Shakka-Ahmose R.S.I. He is a black person with nappy hair. Okay? This is why they don't want to talk about archaeology. They want to go to DNA because DNA is subjective. It doesn't prove anything. Now that we've covered that ground, I think now we can get to Katt Williams and his statement. Katt Williams on Egyptians. It's like that. It's like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa. As long as Egypt is in Africa, the Egyptians are African. Katt Williams unleashed Club Shay Shay. Well, when I first decided to respond to this, I thought it was going to be a quick response. But then when I went back over it, I realized, well, wait a minute, you got to break that in half because he's saying two different things here. One, he's saying the Egyptians are black. Then he's saying because Egypt is in Africa, Egyptians are African. As long as Egypt is in Africa, folks, this is what he said out of his mouth. As long as Egypt is in Africa. He said Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are not African. I do not put words in people's mouth. And I am not saying that to disrespect my brother. I am a huge fan of Katt Williams. I think he is brilliant. I think he is bright. And I just felt that what he said was meaningful enough that I didn't say it was wrong. I didn't say it was right. I said it was meaningful enough that it needed to be addressed because he went on more than one show and said this. Okay? And my thing is, nobody is responding to him on the show. The moderators, Shannon Sharpe and Willie D, are just sitting there and they're just agreeing with whatever he's saying because of star power or because the truth is they really don't know. And because they don't know, all they could do was give what's called a tacit agreement and just shake their head like, yo, yeah, oh, no. And I'm going to show you later. So, but you can't say stuff like this around someone like myself and think that I'm not going to address it. So I would hope that Katt Williams does see this. I would hope that anybody that knows Katt Williams tells him to watch this. Hit him up right now and be like, yo, Katt, you need to watch this right now. His brother's talking about what you said. So, mind you, and I had to go out of my way to make sure that I'm not disrespectful to either Katt or Damon because I greatly admire both of them and would jump at the chance to work with either of them if the opportunity ever presented itself. And I would not want to ruin that opportunity by being disrespectful or trying to cut somebody down in order for me to come up. I don't think that that's what this should be about. It's just utilizing their high-profile presence to highlight a subject matter that is often talked about incorrectly. So now we're going to make it make sense. Okay? Okay. So let's deal with the first part. 1, Egyptians are not black. Okay? What does he say? When he says they tell you Egyptians are not black, he says it's like people that tell you the Egyptians are not black. He was talking about how, they try to do the 3-card Monty on you. They tell you to look over here while they do something else over here. And that's what he went into, like when they tell you the Egyptians, they're not black, right? That's what my brother said. Now, before we go further, I'm going to quote 2 people I have great respect for. One is an Israeli. The other one is our brother, and an African, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So what this section is called right language versus wrong language. Why getting the language right matters. Remember somebody earlier said semantics. Somebody earlier accused me of y'all know how I get down when I get down. I've been yeah, I just needed to rest because when I come, people don't understand where I come from when I do this. Like they don't understand the measure of earth that's being moved when I do this. Like they really don't. Like portions of things are changing as I'm speaking. You understand? So I appreciate that. There we go. Right? So this is very true. I never thought about this. This is very true. Sounds very similar to Afrikaans and decisions Black South Africans made by rejecting Afrikaans and boycotting schools. Another time. Very, very good. Very good. Yes, absolutely. Very, very good. Yes. Oh, gotta get that. Always need endorsements. Right? So here we go. Absolutely. That's right. We don't do stupid people here. We don't do lazy brains, right? Stupid is for other channels, right? As true as that may be, he has a lot of things of value to say as it relates to what I'm talking about, right? So all right, geez. Okay. So let's get back to we have to hide one. Who do I have to hide? Yeah. Oh, darn it. I just saw it. Here we go. Yeah, hide current comment. Here we go. All right, let's get back to it. All right. So share screen. Here we go. And no, here we go. And thank you, India. I appreciate you. Let's go and let's get back on. Okay. This is important. Both of these men said something important about language. What Dr. Yuval Noah Harari said, he's a PhD out of Oxford University. He's very popular. He's a cultural influencer. And he has everyone's ear right now. And that's why I chose to use him. And you never know who's watching. He said the most important thing to master in the future is language. Particularly, he was talking about artificial intelligence, which he's very knowledgeable about. The most important thing to master in the future is language. It's the operating system of every culture and society. This is what he said. Language, because we take language for granted. Dr. Martin Luther King said something just as important. He says somebody told a lie one day. They couched it what? In language. Just like in Coptic. Somebody told a lie and they couched it in language. They made everything black, ugly, and evil. Look in your dictionary and see the synonyms of the word black. It's always something degrading, low, and sinister. Look at the word white. It's always something pure, high, and clean. Well, I want to get the language right tonight. I want to get the language so right that everybody here will cry out, yes, I'm black. I'm proud of it. I'm black and beautiful. Now, the most important thing about that statement tonight is not that I'm black and beautiful, but that we want to get the language right. So these are the two things I want you to keep in mind. That the most important thing to master in the future is language, and that it is important to get the language right. Now, something that I have to highlight about the wrong language, because if there's a right language, then there has to be such a thing as the wrong language. That's why we have right language versus wrong language. The most important thing that you need to know about the wrong language is this part right here, and don't you forget it. The wrong language is not there by accident. That is the most important thing to remember about the wrong language. The wrong language does not exist on accident. The wrong language is there by necessity, on purpose, because the propagator of the wrong language cannot be served by the right language. They will be exposed by the right language. So they have a vested interest. Not only do they have a vested interest in the wrong language, they have a vested interest in you adopting the wrong language, adopting a language that literally serves them. That's what Coptic is. Okay? Okay. Okay? Hey, I was just listening to my music the other day. I love it. I love it. But thank you for bringing it out. I appreciate that. Okay? So, let's get back to it. Okay? We're going to get the language right. That's what we came here to do. Get the language right. Oh, wow, I'm at 3 hours already? Okay, I'm going to have to end this soon, people. That's all right. The most important thing was to get it started. Okay? The most important thing was to get it started. And we did that. We accomplished what we came here to do. Get this thing started. Presentation mode. Y'all know I go on and on. Now, we're going to talk about the origin of the name Egypt and where it comes from. This is Sir Alan Gardner. He is the author of the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology, British Academy, studied Sorbonne, Oxford, Egyptian grammar. He's the author of Egyptian grammar. But actually, the funny part is, this book, Egyptian grammar, my computer is literally sitting on top of it right now. In fact, I'll prove it to you. Watch. Watch this. I'm going to take my camera off. Hold on. Look. Oh, there it is. Egyptian grammar. Can you see that? My computer's literally sitting on top of it. I just thought I'd show you guys that. Now I got to fix my camera again. Right? Wasn't that cool? What I just showed you guys? Right? So my computer is literally sitting on top of the book that he wrote. Okay? So here we go. And most people who study ancient Kemet know that book, if you study the language, Hotep IJ. So for those of you who want to show, who want to support the platform, just look at the top of the comments. You'll see my Cash App is pinned to the comments. The Cash App of the platform is pinned to the comments. In fact, we're going to take a what do they call it? Housekeeping. We're going to take a housekeeping break. Right? Hold on one second. Here we go. And for those of you who want to show your appreciation for tonight's presentation, because you know I made it worth your while, please feel free to just $ Shakka-Ahmose. Oh, sorry, $ Shakka-Ahmose at Cash App. The link is in the it's in the chat. There we go. The link is in the chat. Okay. The link is in the chat. Always for motivation and inspiration. You know why I do this for most? Because I don't do anything else. So I do this or starve. I do this or starve. Absolutely. Here we go. Okay. Well, I ain't gonna starve, but you know the point I mean, right? So gotta feed Kemetville. Gotta feed Kemetville. For those of you who want to know, that's what it is, right? Cash App $ Shakka-Ahmose. Okay? $ Shakka-Ahmose. Here we go. So let's get back to it, people. All right. I'm removing that. I don't leave that up for forever. Right? Here we go. And just so you remember what you're watching, a teachable moment with Shakka-Ahmose. You heard? That's what it is. Okay? So, where are we now? We're going to go back to present. And once we get back, I'm really tempted to end it now, entire screen, because this is a whole other section we're coming into. Allow. Well, I'm going to get past this part first, and then I'm going to end it. Okay, so I can be rested for tomorrow, so I can come back and finish. Okay, all right. So this is what Sir Alan Gardner said about the origin of the name Egypt in the book Egypt of the Pharaohs. An introduction, third edition, page 1 and 2. On reaching the apex of the delta, they, the Greeks, came upon the great city of Memphis. This is very important. Part of the reason there's so much confusion about race in Egypt is people do not understand the significance of Memphis. You have to understand the role that Memphis played in making Egypt a multiracial society, okay? A true melting pot, okay? So upon reaching the apex, and you also have to understand why they have such a connection to this name Egypt. They have a very, very strong connection to it. Not to Kemet, not to Tawi, not to Tameri, but to Egypt. And you have to understand why they have such a close connection to that word. Okay? Upon reaching the apex of the delta, they, the Greeks, came upon the great city of Memphis, an alternative name of which Hikuta, mansion of the soul of the god Ta, may have furnished Homer with the word Aegyptos, Egypt, used by him to designate both the river Nile and the country which it watered. So the first time that the name Aegyptos is used is when Homer used it. So we're talking about the Iliad and the Odyssey. Before the Iliad and the Odyssey, there is no Egypt as a reference to a country. For the dumb people, there is no Egypt as a reference to the country before the Iliad and the Odyssey. This is Dr. Catherine Bard, PhD, Professor of Archaeology and Classical Studies at Boston University, PhD, University of Toronto, 1987. In the Encyclopedia of Archaeology of Ancient Egypt, this is what she says. Memphis, the city of Memphis, Mennefer, Enebuhej, Hikuta. All of these are the same. Mennefer, Enebuhej, and Hikuta is today represented by a large field of ruins. One of the several names of the city and its temple, Hutkata, Hikuta, became by extension the Greek name of the whole country, Aegyptos. So it was Aegyptos before it was Egypt. You don't get Egypt until you get to the Old French. Okay? So you have Aegyptos, which is, and the Romans just went from the chos to the tus, Aegyptus. Okay? And because it was Latin, they changed the I to an E. Okay? They used different vowels. They used different letters to enunciate their vowels. Now, so they're telling you, this name Hudkata, right, was rendered as Aegyptos. Now, I don't know how the hell you get Aegyptos from Hudkata, but you have to understand Greek phonography, right? Or Greek phonemes. Thank you. You have to understand Greek phonemes. I'm saying thank you to myself. Okay. Here we go. This is what somebody showed in the comments earlier. Okay. The origin of the name Aegyptos, which became Egypt. Okay. Thank you for that. The name, this is from Dr. Ake Enshiden. He's a 2002 PhD Egyptology from Uppsala University, founded 1477. Now, they're going to talk about where the word is first used. The name of a land called Aegyptos is first attested indirectly in the personal name Aikupitio. Aikupitijo. Say it again. Aikupitijo. Right? In Greek Egyptian. In modern Greek Egyptian. In Linear B on tablet Gnosis DB 1105 to 1446. This confirms the existence in Greek because it was used. There's evidence of use of Linear B on mainland Greece from 1340 to 1190 BCE. That's right around Greek's Dark Age, right? Either just before or just after. I forget. I think it's just before, right? This confirms the existence in Greek of a head noun to which the derivational suffix "ios" had been added, but probably one, this is important, that held the meaning Memphis rather than Egypt. So when Greeks first used the word Egypt, or when they first used the word Egypt or Aegyptos, they were not talking about a country. They were talking about a city, one district, Memphis, okay, in the 2nd millennium BC. This meaning, Memphis, also seemed to be demonstrated in more or less contemporary attestations. In the Akkadian, same thing, Hikuta. And in the Ugaritic, Syria, Hikuta, right? As the name of a country. Now listen for the dummies out there who refuse to learn. As the name, this is very important when you start look at who you're calling Egyptian. As the name of a country, Egypt first appears in the Odyssey. What does that mean? I'm only talking to the stupid people now because you got to highlight stuff for them. Dear stupid people, that means before the Odyssey, there was no country called Egypt. So your next intelligent question should be what? When was the Odyssey written? Because before the Odyssey, there is no Egypt on any map anywhere in the world. You're going to have to use another name because you're going to be talking about another people. Okay? As the name of the country, Egypt, and for you dumb Egyptians, I hope you're listening, and I'm calling you what you are. Egypt first appears in the Odyssey. Do you read English or do I have to write it in Arabic and put it in the Quran for you? I'm asking. Okay? Egypt first appears in the Odyssey. But it is important to note that in the Homeric writings, it can also refer to the River Nile. So when they use that word Aegyptos in Homer's writing, they were not just referring to the country because they conferred the name on the country. So it's an exonym. We'll look at that later. It's a name from the outside. It's a foreign name. It's a name from the outside. They might have been referencing something that was local, but the name is a foreign rendering. Okay? There was nobody in Egypt or in Kemet talking about Aegyptos. Nobody was calling Hikuta Aegyptos. Okay? As the name of a country, Egypt first appears in the Odyssey. Please go to sleep with this tattooed inside of your eyelids. Okay? I want you to tattoo this part inside of your eyelids. Unless you have a problem with a Swedish PhD or German, whichever he is. Right? It is important to note that in the Homeric writings, it can also refer to the River Nile. Indeed, the use of Aegyptos as a river name is not attested outside Homer in grammarian's notes. In my opinion, the development for the name for Memphis to that of a country must be a Greek one. Therefore, when you refer to that country as Egypt, you are speaking Greek and you are using a Greek custom that is not a custom that is Kemetp, that is not native to the country, that is foreign to the country for you dummies out there. I'm talking strictly to the dummies now because they think they know everything and they don't read or study. The name Egypt is a foreign name. So when you tell me Egyptians are black, no. There might be some blacks who were Egyptian, but the people of Kemet were not Egyptians. Egyptians belong to a specific group of people at a specific time and in a specific location. If you're too historically illiterate and too stupid to understand the subject matter, go to a channel where you can where they're talking at your grade level. Okay? In my opinion, the development, this is a PhD opinion. That's not a regular opinion. That's not an 8th grade opinion. It's a PhD opinion. In my opinion, the development for the name for Memphis to that of a country must be a Greek one. And we should not be surprised that we lack every step in a semantical development that must have occurred during the Dark Age. He's talking about the Greek Dark Age. Okay? In antiquity, the country name was normally explained as being eponymous. All of this stuff is important. That's not important. I'm not going into all of that. Right? I'm not going into that. Hold on. So we could come back to this later if you want. Right. I would serve to make. We're not going into all of that. Not going into all of that. Oh, country Mr. Right. No, not going into all of that. Right. Okay, not going into all of that. That's not important. Right. Oops. Here we go. Right. Okay. So again, he repeats toward the end of the article, the oldest attestation for the name Aegyptos are in Greek, not in Kemetp. So that means that the native language of Kemetp is not in Demotic, it's not in hieroglyphic, it's not in, that's an easier way of saying it. It's not in Demotic, it's not in hieroglyphic, it's not in hieratic, it's not in cursive Demotic, or excuse me, it's not in cursive hieroglyphic. Okay? Because you had standard hieroglyphic and you had cursive hieroglyphic. It's not in hieratic and it's not in Demotic, in Demotic. There is no name called Aegyptos in any of those languages or scripts. It's only in Greek. Stephanus seems to have been Bruce's ultimate source, and his resulting derivation from Hutkata is still the most plausible of all known attempts at finding an etymology for Aegyptos. So the explanation comes from Stephanus of Byzantium. For those of you who want to know where this anecdote about the name coming from Hutkata, that comes from Stephanus of Byzantium, which means you got to take it with a grain of salt. Which means, in fact, the term Aegyptos may, in fact, have nothing whatsoever to do. Well, we know it was an attempt to enunciate Hutkata, which was Memphis. Well, that's the best explanation we got. Why is this important? If there is no Egypt until it was written in the Iliad, in the Odyssey, what they say in the Odyssey, right? Let's look at it. So I don't want to make the mistake. It says, as the name of a country, Egypt first appears in the Odyssey. So when was the Odyssey written? Right here. Sequel to it was written at the end of the 7th century BCE because the Iliad is written at the mid 7th century BCE. This is from the book, The Winnowing or New Perspective in Homeric Studies, right? This is Dr. What's her name? Dr. Margaret Finkelberg, PhD, Homer and the Panathenaea, the Panathenaea, some possible scenarios, part 3. The Winnowing or New Perspective in Homeric Studies, edited by Christos Stagalis, Andreas Simakakis. This is real scholarship, people. Right? We're not dealing with the dumb shit. If you're not prepared for scholarship, go to another channel. Okay? And nobody else is going to show you this. So the next time, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make you historically literate, so that when you're talking about the subject matter, you can make sense. First, you got to make sense to yourself. How you going to make sense to somebody else when you don't make sense to yourself? And the problem is most people say shit to themselves that they think they understand, that they don't really understand, because they're usually incorrect and they don't know what they're talking about. Okay? So now, if Egypt as the name for a country does not appear until the Odyssey, when was the Odyssey written? Right here. It is a sequel to the mid-7th century BC Iliad in terms of narrative, right? So here's before the Common Era. All of this is BCE, before the Common Era, right? Oh, remember, I repeated it right here. As the name of a country, Egypt first appears in the Odyssey. That's from Etymological Safari to Aegyptos, page 128, right? Now, what does she say in this book? When was it written? She says, when was the Odyssey written? This is how you date your speech and date your language. If your language does not correspond and correlate and triangulate with dates, then you are off. You are wrong. You are historically inaccurate. She says, and she's the expert on the matter, she says, in the present state of our knowledge, however, the mid-7th century date for the composition of the Iliad, and you got to remember the Iliad came before the Odyssey, okay? So she says a mid-7th century date for the composition of the Iliad emerges as the more robust than either the mid-8th century or the late 6th century. Because some people try to push it back to the 8th century, which is wrong. Okay? If you go back to the Encyclopedia Britannica, it's gonna push the Iliad, it's gonna push the Odyssey. Yeah, it's gonna push the Odyssey to 725 to 675, which makes it 8th century, 7th century, or early 7th century BCE. She's saying no, it's late. It's got to be late because it's written a few hundred years after. So therefore, not a few hundred years, but it's a few years after. I think like 30 years later, right? It's like 30 years later he writes, or 30 years later, he writes the Odyssey. So that's going to be towards the end of the mid-7th century. See, history is about dates. Most people want to talk history, but they don't know dates. They're date illiterate. How you going to be date illiterate and have a historical conversation with somebody? You got to be a special kind of stupid. All right, here we go. All right, now, we are going to stop here. The most important thing that you need to know to understand everything else. In fact, we ain't even going to touch that. We're going to stop right here and then come back tomorrow. Okay? What did we learn, boys and girls? We learned that the name Egypt for a country anywhere on planet Earth does not come into existence until the late 7th century BCE. That's after the Iliad is written in the mid-7th century BCE. This is scholarship. Okay? This is scholarship. Okay? Now, that said, I'll take that endorsement. I wouldn't recommend anyone engage in that debate. It wouldn't be pretty for them. And thank you, Nahem. So, that said, what's important to acknowledge, no matter who you argue with, be they black, white, or Egyptian, you just saw with your own 2 eyes that it is documented, and you need to look her up because she's really the foremost expert on Homeric writing. And she says, there is no Odyssey until the late 7th century BCE. Don't confuse that with the 8th century BCE that Encyclopedia Britannica will incorrectly inform you of. Okay? We went straight to the PhD. Now, to give Encyclopedia Britannica credit, most of their authors are PhDs. Okay? But she is one of the foremost experts on it. Okay? Now that we have established beyond a shadow of a doubt, you cannot call any people in that country prior to the late 7th century BCE. That means if you go back to the 8th century BCE, the 9th century BCE, the 10th century BCE, 11th century BCE, 12th century BCE, 13th century BCE, so on and so on, all of those 1,000+ years, you cannot call those people Egyptians because they are not Egyptian. There was no Egyptian to use you couldn't use the word. It didn't exist. Not for any country. If you wanted to call the locals in Memphis Egyptian, okay. But you're referring to a city. And then you got to say, well, who were the locals? Were the locals natives? Because as you will find, for the most part, they were not. Memphis was a trading area where foreigners came, and they had different quarters, as I'm going to document for you. They had different quarters for foreigners to come and trade. So you can't take their understanding and put it on the natives. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You can't impose that term on the natives who were there from the very beginning, time immemorial, for over 1,000 years. And then you're just going to come and take a name that some foreigners who come much later put it on the country and apply that to everybody. That's not scholarship. That's scholar shit. Okay? We're going to be looking at their true name as we move forward. But whatever comes out of my mouth, I'm going to document for you. But the one thing I can tell you is this. I myself I was forced to discover some things about ancient Egypt and admit some things about ancient Egypt that a lot of people, especially a lot of pro-Black people, are not comfortable admitting. Or they're not comfortable thinking in those terms, rather. And you have to begin to think in these terms so that when you speak about ancient Kemet, you're speaking about ancient Kemet. You're not talking about ancient Egypt. They're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. They're two different things. You have to make that distinction, that conscious distinction. Two different things. Why? Because two different things are going on in the country at that time. So if different things are going on in the country at that time, you have to make the distinction to go, wait a minute, we're talking about this era. This is the Greco-Roman era, for the most part. In fact, it doesn't become Egypt, really, and I wish somebody would prove me wrong on this, just actually for my own benefit, because I couldn't find it. It really doesn't become Egypt until the Roman period, when it becomes a province of Rome, and they officially use the name Egypt. Because I haven't seen any documentation that the Ptolemies refer to it as Egypt. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. And you can't show me an English translation unless you first show me the actual word that they're using in the language they were speaking. Now, if they were speaking Greek, and we know that they were, then 9 times out of 10, there's a good chance that the Ptolemies did use the term Aegyptos. There's a good chance. But many Ptolemies were trying to be like the natives, the native pharaohs. So they may not have used the term Aegyptos when talking in official capacity. In official capacity, they may have used the native term Kemet or Kemi, which they definitely used Kemi. I'm going to document that for you for a fact. But they used Kemi in a particular context. You're going to see. Right? You know, I don't do this. right? I leave this for the clowns. Okay? So that's true. I'm sure I gave you a lot to think about. But the crazy part is we're just now starting to get into the presentation. In fact, the next slide is, that's why I'm stopping it here. I'm going to stop it here so we could come back tomorrow. I'm going to be well rested. You're going to be well rested. Make sure you got your drink, your snacks. Make sure you call your friends, your cousin, your mother, your pastor, your teachers, your fellow students, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, whoever you're holding captive. Make sure, don't hold anybody captive. Unless you're holding them captive with your charm and your, but make sure that you bring everybody so that learning can be done. There's nothing greater than learning. I love learning. I love teaching. Teaching is more fun. Learning is work. Teaching is more fun. All right? Because you've already been there, done that. So you get to come back and share. And who doesn't want to share? Right? So I thank you all for spending time with me tonight. Every one of you. Those of you who I always say, I'm going to say it again. You don't have to agree with me to be with me. You just got to be. You got to be strong. You got to be. Remember that? Desiree, her great self, greatness. But I want to thank Katt Williams and Damon Dash, the CEO, Damon Dash. I want to thank both of them for their statements on those platforms, because this presentation that I put together is going to blow your minds. Trust me on this one. You just got a little taste tonight. But if it wasn't for them, this presentation would have never been made. So I feel kind of guilty. I wish I could have Katt Williams join me on this. I wish I could have Damon Dash join me on this, but I don't have access to these people. So if any of y'all do, one of you important middlemen, I put it like this: if enough of you go to Damon Dash's YouTube channel, get his email, and email him and tell him to watch this. Right? Say, yo, you need to watch this. Shakka-Ahmose is doing a presentation on you and Katt Williams. Like, y'all need to watch it. Thank you, Jelani. I appreciate you. But we prefer Cash App, but I appreciate you anyway, right? Cash App is the preferred vehicle that we use at ATM. So remember the name of the platform, A Teachable Moment with Shakka-Ahmose, ATM. That is the new name. And my goal is to be consistent with you all. Thank you, Jelani. I really appreciate you. Oh, do I offer consultations? Are you kidding me? Let me put it up on the screen. Hold on one second. Do I offer consultations? Do I offer consultations? Did I get the right one? Hold on a second. Yes. Here we go. I am now putting the link. Plus, my voice is going anyway. There it is. Okay. Right. Talk to me, baby. All right. There you go. The link is in the chat. Or all you really have to do is just go to Shakka-Ahmose.com and just look where it says private sessions or one-on-one sessions, something like that. It's called the Shakka-Ahmose. It's called Shakka-Ahmose and You 30-minute one-on-one session. So yeah, just go. People love it, and they always come back for 3-4 sessions, tiring my ass out. Right? It's for 30 minutes, but we always go over 30 minutes, like way over. And it's, very rarely will I charge if the person, wants to show that regard and pay for the extra time. That's fine. But I always end up going over. And or just go to Shakka-Ahmose.com and just look where it says, what does it say there? Let's take a look. Oops, yeah. Shakka-Ahmose.com. Here we go. What does it say? Yeah, private 30-minute Q&A, right? So I'm going to put that in the chat as well, right? So there's 2 links. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. There are 2 links there, people, in the chat, right? So if you want the 30-minute session, oh my bad, I put here it is right here. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so I did it in YouTube. I meant to hear here. I appreciate you, Jelani, very much so. You're very welcome. Okay, I appreciate you. So there you go, people. There you go. So for those of you who want to do the one-on-one and you have questions and you don't want to be interrupted by other people, just use that link and you pick the time and I will get a notification and you will have the link and everything. The website or the site gives you the link and you'll have it. And I'll show up at the appointed time. And it even lets you ask questions. So before I get there, I've already read your question. I'll just show up with the answers. And I look forward to interacting with all of you. So before we get out of here, we got to get some rest so we could, because I went I went over 4 hours. You know, I always do this. So I try not to do it, but it's like I don't see how to avoid it. So let's do this. No. I want to hide it. Hide it. Here we go. Oops. No, I said hide. Here we go. All right. So before we go, for those of you who have not seen, for those of you who have not seen, in fact, I'll be right back. Stick with me. Okay. I expect you all to go to the website, Shakka-Ahmose.com, Kemetville.com. Absolutely, I expect you all to go there. If you want to see the film, the short film, that's the link to it right there. Right? That is the theatrical film short, The Last Night of a Tsar, produced by yours truly, featuring yours truly. And it's a short film that I shot. And all of the proceeds go to the fundraising that we're doing for the web series, which is up and coming. So, and I'm going to start official fundraising probably within a few weeks. So I'll probably do Indiegogo or something like that. So got to get that, you got to underwrite what you believe in. White folks ain't going to come save you, and they shouldn't have to. It's not their place. It's not their responsibility. Black people often act like it's white people's responsibility to save us, to represent our history and our culture. No. By the way, I have to shout out our sister, Viola Davis. I finally watched yesterday, I watched The Woman King. I finally watched The Woman King. So other than Black Panther, which I actually went to the theater to see with family members, I like to watch things after all of the hype has died down, right? That's when I like to see things. I don't like to watch things while everybody's hyped, because you're going to get caught up in the hype and you're either going to be let down by the project or you're going to be speaking other people's opinion. And I wanted to be able to watch it for myself. And at the time, also, when it came out, I was working very hard on the short film, right? And I didn't want to be influenced anyway. I didn't also want to be intimidated, right? So I appreciate that, Joe, very much so, right? Wait till tomorrow night. Wait till tomorrow afternoon, right? I promise you. Wait till tomorrow afternoon, right? Happy birthday. And the beautiful thing is, look, from Memphis. Hey, that's my man for the grapheme. Memphis. That's what the whole presentation is about. Memphis. People think about Memphis, Tennessee. But you know what song I was listening to while I was working on this presentation for that grapheme? I was listening to Walking in Memphis. Walking in Memphis. Then I with my shoes on the ground. Yeah. One of my favorite songs. But when I hear that song, I don't think of Memphis, Tennessee. I think of Memphis, Egypt. That's what I think of. Memphis, Kemetp, Minnefer, Inibu Hedge, the white wall, the silver wall, right? So that's what's up. But I will be here. What's the matter, Photography? Why you crying? Because my singing that bad. But I just wanted to. Oh, wonderful. Come on back, bring some family members. In fact, you might see some of my white homies who leave comments. They come in, you know. Like I said, what I've learned is that most people, when they're commenting, it's one thing to not have education. It's another thing when you don't know that you don't have education. So when you don't know that you're not educated, you're going to be, have your chest all out, biased. This person is wrong. That person is wrong. No, nobody is. You're the wrongest person in the room, but you just don't know it. So, you just got to listen, be patient, and learn, and don't think that everybody's out to get you. Everybody's not out to get you. Everybody is not out to fool you. Everybody doesn't have a bullshit point to prove. Everybody doesn't. It's like you just have to really respect the evidence, respect the documentation, and just hope that somebody respects you enough to just be direct with you and say, look, this is what it is. If you could produce better evidence, if you could produce better documentation, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. But good luck. If you are coming at me, good luck. I wish you the best of luck. Right? That's just the truth of the matter. I wish you the best of luck. I go in. I go all the way in. I go into the guts. I go into the recesses of all of that, I go into the visceral organs, all that stuff there. So with that said, that's true. That's a that's a that one there. Man, you threw that up there twice, guys. Got it. You threw that up there twice. So uh-oh. Ptolemy never used the term Egypt. I don't know. You got to show me. You got to show me a documentation. Evidence has the last word. Not you, not me. Documentation always has the last word in my world. So you got to show me. You said that Ptolemy never used the word Egypt. I need to know that. I need to document that for me. I've already seen documentation, and you don't see the word Aegyptos, right? So, but it all depends on which document you're looking at. And you have to remember, most of the time that they were writing publicly, it was usually for the populace. So, who knows, right? I would love to know, because you had that Ptolemaic line had a number of staunch kings. What I don't like about how Dr. John Henry Clark, may he rest in power, he always said something. He said, what black people fail to understand is that white people did not just colonize history. Listen to what he said. This is important because it's true. They did, right? It doesn't, I put it like this. The way I look at it, I don't look at it in terms of good guys and bad guys. I just say this is what happened historically. White people colonized history. But what Dr. Clark points out, and this is where people fail, they didn't just colonize history. They colonized information about history. That's where they did the coup de grace. That's where they pulled the carpet out from under your feet. They did not just colonize history. That's one phase. They colonized information about history. So you have a double impenetrable wall, or double impenetrable walls, or a double impenetrable wall, singular, or a reinforced double impenetrable wall. A reinforced double impenetrable wall. That's what you have to get to historically, and it takes work. This is real work. When people come up here and present to you, don't treat them like, especially if on my level, don't treat them like, oh, it's just some free info. No, it's not free. This info was paid for, but painstaking time, days, weeks, months, and years of research. So it's not free. It's not free. I tell everybody right now, the price for watching this is $10. That's what I'm charging you. The only difference is I didn't put a paywall up. I trust you enough that you're going to visit my Cash App and put $10 in there. That's it. That's what I'm charging. I could have charged $20, $25. I'm not. I'm charging you $10. All right? I'm talking to you. I'm charging you $10 for this presentation I just did tonight. So, you know where my Cash App link is? It's at the top of the chat, $ Shakka-Ahmose. And this is how we're going to say, this is how we're going to go out. This is going to be the exit, right? Bang, here you go. So now I got an outro. That's my outro. And we're gonna play this going out too.
I'm black.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I'm from Egypt. I'm an Egyptian.
Okay.
I'm from Aswan. So all Egyptian Aswan like black color.
Oh.
I think it's correct. We all before are black. Yeah, that's my opinion. We all are black before.
So you agree that the true pharaonic...
Yeah.
Okay.
The real new color is black.
Thank you.
So you got the Egyptian in Egypt telling you they black. What you want? Right? These are the people in Upper Egypt and Aswan telling you. He said, I'm Aswan, I'm black, I'm Egyptian. Yeah. What do you want?
Egyptians are black. The real Egyptians are black. Because the real Egyptians, they are real Africans. So those people in Lower Egypt, you see in Cairo, Alexandria, and the Falahins area, they were mixed between the Turkish, Mamluks, French, English, Romans. So those people who come to attack Egypt in that time, they couldn't come to Upper Egypt, to the south, which we still have the same color, our dark color or black color. So they couldn't mix with us.
Next question. Okay, what question?
مصريين أصليين اللي هم السمر. إنما البيض اللي كلهم you see, I explained to him about the Nubians and the Egyptians. They were not white. They are black Africans. So he say now, ليه هنا الناس لسه سمر في الصعيد وفي بحري بيض.
بحر دورة مش أساس مصر خالص.
He said the people in Lower East, most of them they are not Egyptians. They are Greeks, Francois.
Y'all know how we do here. Receipts. All day receipts. That's how we do. Okay? All day receipts. Isn't that what they call me? Receipts? They be like, all right, receipts. I love that name. You earn it. Okay? So I appreciate that, Sankofa, very much. That's right. Villages. Villages. All day. Kemetp villager. I like that. Kemetp villages. Facts. Yes. I like that. That's what's up. Thank you all for being with me. Go get something to eat. Go get something. Go get some sleep. But very important, be back here tomorrow. I'm going to try to be back here early in the day. Try to train myself to do that so I can get this out of the way and then get on with the rest of my day, like go work out or just work on things. I have to work with. We're putting the cast together for the upcoming web series, and really the production team. The cast is already there, but the production team is what I'm really working for. So like I said, I'm in New York. Anybody in New York City who's got a 4K Magic Pro camera, you've got a good boom mic to catch sound and or like straight up production, hit me up. Okay. For real. So and you know, when you guys see the work, you know, I need you all, because some of y'all are social media savvy, reach out and holler at people. Let them know, hey, you need to check out what Shaka's doing. You need to go check out what he's doing with the short films. Check out what he's doing with the web series. Because the more eyeballs that we get on it, the more resources we can get, right? How awesome would it be if a Damon Dash or a Katt Williams was like, your Shaka, or Tyler, well, you know Tyler Perry would not ever, but imagine a Tyler Perry or Oprah be like, oh, Shaka, I see what you're doing. Let us underwrite that. Or maybe I can get 50 cents. Right? Absolutely. So, although none of those people will probably ever touch me with a 10-foot pole, but I'm cool. I'm cool with that. Right? I have learned that sometimes you guys got to do things yourself. So, I love you all, whether you like it or not. And if you have a problem with the fact that I love y'all, too bad. I don't care. All right. Anyway, I'm out of here. Boy, let me see. Here we go. Hey. Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much with that that name. All right, cool. Whoa. Oh. Let's see if I got the real deal. My God. Yeah, but where you at, man? I need people in New York. I need people in New York, bruh. If they in New York, that's what's up. You know? Or if they're not in New York and they're willing to travel to New York, then maybe they come and we shoot maybe 2 episodes in one day, 2 or 3 episodes in one day. That way they don't have to come like twice a month, once a month we shoot or whatever. But I'm going to hit you up, Trez, so we can holler. Everyone else, he's in New York. Oh, we definitely got to talk. Uncle Jacineb, Hotep, Trez, I'm going to hit you up tomorrow for sure. All right? Make sure you pick up. Uncle Jacineb, Hotep, everyone. No despair, no freaking out, no worrying. Keep your mind in the present place and you'll be just fine. Okay? Make sure you eat right, exercise, and treat yourself good. And stretch in the morning when you wake up. It does wonders. Trust me. All right? Uncle Jacineb, Hotep, thank you to everyone who gave. I appreciate you. That inspires me to come back like none other. All right, Hotep,